While my husband, Jake, was out, I went into his room and started looking through his things. I found several receipts in his drawer, and when I checked them, I saw that they were for brown bags. I had never received brown bags as gifts from Jake, and when I looked around the room, I couldn't find any women's bags. So I figured he must have bought them for someone else, maybe his lover. I can't believe he used our shared credit card to buy gifts for her. If he's using our credit card, doesn't that mean he's using my money too? I never thought Jake could be this terrible. My name is Lily, and I'm a 40-year-old office worker. I work at a well-known clothing company, so I'm paid well. After working hard all my life, I've reached a high position in my department. I really enjoy my job and hope to keep it until I retire. Even though I'm a workaholic and busy all the time, I have a family. I've been married to Jake for 10 years, and our son, Max, is 10 years old, the same age as our marriage. We all live happily together, but I do have some worries. My biggest worry is that Jake doesn't work much. I met Jake through work. At the time, I was working for a brand that appeared in a fashion magazine, and Jake was a fashion model. He was very good-looking and had a bright presence, which helped him land many modeling jobs. When we talked, we found we liked the same music and TV shows, and we instantly clicked. We started going out for dinner together, and that's how our relationship began. After 2 years of dating, I found out I was pregnant with our child, and we got married. It wasn't planned, but we were close as a couple, so it didn't feel forced. After Max was born, we were happy in our own way. But Jake's modeling career dropped sharply. Once he turned 25, the job offers slowed down, and by his late 20s, they stopped completely. I still had a stable job at a big company, so money wasn't a problem. I hoped Jake would try something new, but he didn't seem interested. After a few years, he had no jobs at all. He wasn't helping with housework either, so he became completely unemployed. When I was busy, Jake stayed at home with Max, which was helpful. But even after Max started elementary school, Jake didn't look for work. He just stayed home. I've been getting busier at work, so I haven't had the time to give Jake the attention he needs. I feel partly responsible for him being like this, and I've been trying to motivate him to work again. One day, I said, "You're 35 now. Why not try modeling for people in their 30s and 40s? I thought it might inspire him, but Jake said, "It's too much work, and the shoots take all day." That's what jobs are like though. Do you plan to never work again? I asked. He replied, "Actually, that sounds pretty great." What did he mean by that? Even though Jake isn't working, I didn't think about divorcing him. Max is still young, and Jake is a great father. Max loves him and calls him daddy. I didn't want to take Max's father away from him for my own reasons. Plus, Jake is still very handsome, even at 35. I think he's more attractive than most of the people I work with. Maybe it's because he still works out at the gym, and he looks great. If only he would work again, then he'd be perfect. One day, I saw my husband Jake wearing a suit in the morning. "What's going on, honey? Why are you dressed up?" I asked. "Oh, I have a job interview," he replied. "A job interview?" I asked, surprised. "Yeah, a friend of mine is a model, and he might be able to introduce me to an agency. They want to meet me or at least see what I'm like," he explained. "Really? Well, good luck. I hope it goes well," I said, happy to hear he was finally motivated to work. "Thanks, I'm heading out now," he said. I was so relieved to know that Jake was taking steps to get back to work. "Hey Max, maybe Daddy will be in a magazine again soon," I said to our son. "Wow, really?" Max replied excitedly. "If Daddy's in a magazine, I'll tell all my friends about it," Max said, grinning. I went to work that day feeling really good. After finishing up, I came home early to find out how Jake's interview went. But when I got home, he wasn't there. "Max, did Daddy come home yet?" I asked. "No, I don't think so," Max answered. I looked around, but Jake still wasn't home. It was after 2 a.m. when he finally walked in, clearly drunk. Since I had the day off the next day, I decided to stay up and wait for him. He barely noticed me as he collapsed onto the couch and fell asleep. I saw he was still holding his phone, and for some reason, I felt a strong urge to check it. I took his phone from his hand, unlocked it using his fingerprint, and looked at his messages. To my shock, I found intimate messages between Jake and a woman named Ruby. One of her messages said, "Dinner was delicious, and the hotel afterwards was so much fun." What was going on? I quickly took a photo of the conversation for proof. I recognized Ruby's face from her profile picture. She used to be a model for a fashion magazine, and I had worked with her a few times before. She had gotten married and quit modeling, so it seemed odd that she was now texting Jake like this. Were they both married and having an affair behind each other's backs? I felt a wave of anger, but I decided to wait until the next morning to see what Jake would say. When I woke him up, he seemed confused. I must have fallen asleep on the couch. Didn't you have a job interview yesterday? You didn't come home until 2 a.m., I reminded him. Job interview? He asked, acting surprised. Oh yeah, I did have the interview. But after that, I met up with an old friend at the office and we went out for drinks. We hadn't seen each other in a while, so we decided to catch up. I was suspicious. Who's this friend? I asked. He's just an old model friend. I don't think you've ever worked with him, Jake answered. I nodded, but something felt off. The way Jake was hiding details about meeting Ruby seemed fishy. I was sure now that he was having an affair, and once I have something to suspect, I can't let it go. I kept finding more and more things that made me suspicious, and the credit card bill was one of them. I used to buy clothes and things for work and hobbies on our shared credit card. But I had been so busy at work lately that I hadn't had time to shop. So the bill should have been lower than usual, but it was higher than normal. I looked back and realized it had been like this for the last few months. I'd just been too busy to check it earlier. I couldn't believe it. I started to suspect that my husband Jake was secretly using our credit card for something. I gave him the card for family expenses, and he usually spent about the same amount each month, so I didn't worry. But now, it seemed like he was spending a lot more money without telling me. I was sure it was to buy gifts for Ruby, his lover. Jake must have thought he could trick me with the story about his job interview. After that, he started going out more on weekends, saying things like, I was invited to go out with a friend from the agency. It was clear he was having an affair without any hesitation. I decided I would find out everything while I still could. One day, when Jake was out, I went into his room and started looking through his things. I found several receipts in his drawer. When I checked them, I saw that they were for women's brand bags. Jake had never bought me brand bags as gifts. I looked around his room, but I couldn't find any women's bags, so he must have given them to Ruby. I couldn't believe he used our shared credit card to buy gifts for his lover. If he's really using our credit card, then that means he's spending my money too. I never imagined my husband could be this selfish. At first, I thought Jake might not be working, but he was still thinking about me and our family. But one day, he said something that caught me off guard. One of my model friends invited me on a trip for the upcoming long weekend. I'm going. Really? But what about the money? I asked. Oh, I'll do it within my budget. It's not a problem. But if I turn it down, it might hurt my chances for future jobs, he said. What jobs? I have a friend who might be able to get me work. So if I stay on good terms with him, I might get a job. I couldn't believe the lie he was telling with such a straight face. I knew that trip was just an excuse for him to be with Ruby, but part of me felt lucky. It was finally my chance to get revenge on Jake. The day of his trip, I saw him off with our son, Max, both of us smiling. It was probably the last smile I'd give Jake. Then, I squatted down to Max's level and told him what I was thinking. Max, I want to live separately from your daddy. I know this is sudden, and I'm really sorry, but I want you to choose who you want to live with. Was I being too harsh, forcing a 10-year-old to make such a choice? But Max answered right away. I want to live with you, Mommy. Really? You won't be able to see Daddy as much anymore, you know? That's okay. Daddy's been making things hard for you, right? And he's been with a woman I don't know. What do you mean? Sometimes when I come home from school, I see this woman I don't recognize at the house with Daddy. What? He brought her into our house. Daddy says she was someone he was working with, but she always leaves when I show up, so I don't know who she is. How could Jake be so horrible and selfish? I couldn't believe he tried to deceive our son too. Hearing this, I was completely done with him. At first, I was going to just stop the credit card in time for Jake's trip, but then I changed my plans. I was going for full revenge. I knew who Ruby's husband was, and I had visited him at his home with a business associate a long time ago. They lived in a really nice house, and they probably hadn't moved out yet. I checked Ruby's Facebook and found her husband's profile. But they still live in the same house, based on the recent photos I saw. I contacted my parents and brothers, explained the situation, and they immediately came to help me pack up Jake's belongings. I sent Jake's things to the house where Ruby lived, along with the proof of the affair and a letter addressed to Ruby's husband. Then I suspended the credit card we shared, packed up my stuff, and moved out. Theo, now that we've stopped Daddy's card, let's get out of here. Yeah, sure. For now, we decided to go straight to my parents' house and stay there temporarily. It felt so relaxing to be back at my parents' place, enjoying my mom's home-cooked meal again. My brothers also stopped by, and we had a small family reunion. My dad was so happy to see his grandson, Theo. In the evening, I got a call from Jake. Hello. Oh, Lily, I'm really sorry, but I urgently need you to transfer some money to my account. Why? I'm a little short on cash. But you said you'd do it within your budget and savings. I did, but please, I'll pay you back later. How are you going to pay me back when you're not even working? Well, I'm about to get a job with the agency. I'll have money soon. Please, I beg you. You can't come home like this, or they'll stop working with me. I see. So where's this agency? Huh? You're about to get a job, right? Can you at least tell me the name of the agency and the model you're working with? Oh, you can't say it? Why? I completely forgot. Really? What are you going to do about that? I'll call the agency and check. No, don't do that. You'll embarrass me. I'm not buying your lies anymore. You're traveling with a woman, right? What are you talking about? Ruby Green. She's a former model you worked with. She's married now. Jake let out a scream, one I had never heard from him before, sounding really upset. That's crazy talk. Who did you buy all those brand goods for? You gave them to Ruby with our credit card, didn't you? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it doesn't matter because the truth will come out soon. I suspended the credit card. I don't know if it's the hotel bill or the restaurant bill you can't pay, but you're on your own. When you get home, just sign the divorce papers. Goodbye. Divorce? What the hell are you saying? I hung up on him and turned off my phone. Now Jake wouldn't be able to reach me. He'd have to suffer through his trip. A few days later, Jake showed up at my parents' house, looking exhausted. Oh, Lily, I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. He dropped to his knees, begging. I won't forgive you. I already said I'm divorcing you. I can't stay with someone who betrayed our family like this. No, please. If this continues, it'll only make things worse for you. According to Jake, Ruby's husband found out about the affair when I sent Jake's things to Ruby's house. Ruby's husband came to Jake's house after the trip, and now Jake was in trouble because Ruby's husband was demanding alimony. Well, that's none of my business now, and of course, I'll be charging you and Ruby alimony too. You'll have to pay child support as well. Oh no, I'm sure you destroyed the divorce papers I left at home, so I've got new ones here. Jake had no choice but to sign the divorce papers, surrounded by my family. The divorce was finalized without any more drama. My ex-husband and his lover were both stuck paying alimony. Now, Jake works as a bartender to cover the alimony and child support payments. One of my colleagues visited the bar and told me that Jake was being taunted by younger coworkers, like hurry up and make this drink. Well, he deserved it. On the other hand, I rented an apartment near my office, where Theo and I now live happily. Theo is as handsome as Jake, but I'll make sure to raise him right so he doesn't turn out like his father. Jake was what you would call a typical good-for-nothing man. Why do so many handsome guys turn out to be pricks like him? Despite everything, I'm good at my job, diligent, logical, and smart. I hope that Theo inherits my personality and not his father's. Thank you for watching until the end. Please subscribe to our channel. We hope to see you in our next video.
The day I discovered my sister's betrayal started like any other Tuesday, with me celebrating another milestone for my business. The notification pinged on my phone. Congratulations, your store has reached 100,000 sales. I remember smiling, thinking about how far I'd come from selling handmade jewelry from my garage. I'm Isabel, and I built my online empire from scratch. 5 years of late nights, countless failures, and, finally, success. My artisanal jewelry line had gone viral on social media, and orders were pouring in faster than I could handle them. "This calls for champagne," Duncan declared, spinning in his chair in my home office. As my best friend and unofficial business advisor, he'd been there through every up and down. It's barely noon, I laughed, but I was already heading to the kitchen where I kept a bottle chilling, just in case. That's when I saw it. The notification from my accounting software. Unusual transaction pattern detected. Hold that thought, I called out to Duncan, clicking through to my dashboard. The numbers didn't add up. They hadn't for months, apparently. Duncan? My voice cracked. Can you come look at this? He rolled his chair over, his playful expression fading as he scanned the screen. These withdrawals, they're systematic. Someone's been siphoning money from your business account. My hands trembled as I dug deeper. Regular transfers, always just below the threshold that would trigger automatic alerts. Clever. The destination account looked familiar. Oh God, I whispered, recognition hitting me like a punch to the gut. That's Laurel's account. Your sister? Duncan leaned closer, frowning. Are you sure? I nodded, memories flooding back. Laurel, my younger sister, had helped set up my payment systems when I first started. She'd always been the tech-savvy one, while I was the creative force. I'd trusted her completely. My phone buzzed. Speak of the devil. A text from Laurel. Hey sis, Wayne and I picked a date for the wedding, having dinner at Mum and Dad's tonight to announce it. You'll be there, right? Duncan read the message over my shoulder. Isabel. She's been stealing from me to fund her lifestyle, I said, my voice hollow. All those designer clothes, the luxury vacations with Wayne, that ridiculous engagement ring she's been flaunting. I pulled up her Instagram. There she was, my baby sister, posing on a yacht last weekend. The caption read, "Living my best life." My phone buzzed again. Mom this time. Dinner at 7. Don't be late. Your sister has big news. What are you going to do? Duncan asked softly. I stared at the numbers on my screen. Nearly $200,000 gone. My hands clenched into fists. I should confront her right now, I said, standing up. Call her out in front of everyone at dinner. Duncan grabbed my arm. Wait, think this through. You need evidence, something concrete. If you go in guns blazing, she'll just deny everything. He was right, of course. Laurel had always been the family favourite, the charming one who could talk her way out of anything. Even as kids, she'd break my toys and somehow convince our parents it was my fault. I can help you track the money trail, Duncan offered. Build a solid case, but you need to play it cool for now. My phone chimed again. Laurel. Also, I want you to be my maid of honour. We'll talk details tonight. Love you. I felt sick. All those times she'd gushed about my success, asked detailed questions about the business, offered to help with the accounts. She'd been plotting this all along. Fine, I replied to her message, my fingers shaking with rage. Can't wait! I looked at Duncan, my mind already forming a plan. You're right. I'll play along. Let her have her perfect engagement, plan her dream wedding. Isabel. Duncan's voice held a warning note. And then, I continued, a cold smile forming on my lips, I'll give her exactly what she deserves, in front of everyone she's ever tried to impress with my money. I grabbed my keys and headed for the door. Time to go congratulate my dear sister on her engagement. Where are you going? Duncan called after me. To dinner, I replied, my voice steady despite the storm raging inside me. I have a maid of honour speech to start planning. As I drove to my parents' house, memories of Laurel's past manipulations played through my mind like a highlight reel of betrayal. But this time would be different. This time, I wouldn't be the forgiving big sister. This time, karma would have a name. And it would be mine. You need to see this, Duncan said, sliding his laptop across my desk. It had been 3 days since the family dinner, where I'd somehow managed to smile through Laurel's engagement announcement while my insides burned with rage. The screen showed a detailed spreadsheet of transactions, each withdrawal, each transfer, meticulously documented with timestamps and amounts. She got sloppy towards the end, Duncan explained, pointing to recent transactions. Started taking larger amounts, probably for the wedding. I leaned back in my chair, exhausted. I'd barely slept since discovering the theft, spending nights reviewing security footage from my office. There she was, my own sister, staying late after our weekly coffee meets, using my computer when I'd step out for calls. My phone lit up with a text from Mom. Laurel's asking about bridesmaid dress shopping this weekend. Says you haven't responded to her messages. I can't keep pretending everything's normal, I told Duncan, ignoring the message. You should have seen her at dinner, going on about her amazing business instincts and how she's manifested her dream life. We need more, Duncan insisted. Bank statements, email trails, everything. Make it bulletproof. A knock at my office door made us both jump. It was Ellie, one of Laurel's bridesmaids and our childhood friend. Hey, she chirped, uninvited but breezing in anyway. Thought I'd find you here. Laurel's freaking out because you're not responding to the wedding planning group chat. I forced a smile. Just busy with work. You know how it is. Ellie perched on my desk, examining her manicure. She's worried you're upset about something. Said you've been acting weird since the engagement dinner. Duncan caught my eye, subtly shaking his head. Everything's fine, I lied. Just dealing with some business issues. Business issues? Ellie's head snapped up. But Laurel said your sales are better than ever. Of course she did. She had access to all my numbers. Speaking of business, Duncan cut in smoothly, we have a meeting in 5 minutes, Ellie. After she left, I slumped in my chair. She's going to tell Laurel I'm acting suspicious. Then stop acting suspicious, Duncan said firmly. Go to the dress fittings. Play the excited big sister. Meanwhile, I'll keep digging. That evening, I found myself scrolling through old photos on my laptop. There we were, Laurel and me as kids, making jewelry with Mum's old beads. I'd loved it. Laurel had only cared about wearing the finished pieces. A new email notification popped up. Wedding venue quotes Laurel had forwarded. The prices made my blood boil. I was literally paying for my own sister's dream wedding. My phone rang. Dad. Princess, he said when I answered. Everything okay? Your mother's worried? I swallowed hard. Dad had always been my rock, the one person who saw through Laurel's act, but even he had been fooled lately. I'm fine, Dad, really. You know you can tell me anything, right? His voice was gentle. Like you did when Laurel broke your science project in 8th grade but blamed it on the cat? I almost broke then. Almost told him everything. I remember, I managed, but I'm okay. Promise. After hanging up, I texted Duncan. Need a drink, Murphy's in 20. At the bar, I showed him what I'd found. Emails where Laurel had redirected supplier payments to her personal account, carefully deleted but recovered from server backups. This is good, Duncan nodded, examining my phone. But we need... Isabel? We both froze. Wayne, Laurel's fiancé, was standing at our table. Mind if I join you? He pulled up a chair before we could answer. Actually, I'm glad I ran into you. I wanted to talk about Laurel. My heart pounded. Did he know? She seems different lately, he continued, looking troubled. Secretive. Always on her phone, hiding the screen when I come near. And these expensive wedding plans. He shook his head. I'm not sure where it's all coming from. I met Duncan's eyes across the table. Here was my chance to tell Wayne everything, but Duncan's slight headshake stopped me. Not yet. Not without ironclad proof. I'm sure she's just excited about the wedding, I heard myself say. You know Laurel, she's always dreamed big. Wayne nodded but didn't look convinced. After he left, Duncan grabbed my arm. We're close, he said. Give me 1 more week to compile everything. Then we'll decide how to handle this. I watched Wayne's retreating back, guilt gnawing at me. He was a good guy who had no idea he was marrying a thief. 1 week, I agreed, pulling up the wedding planning group chat. Time to play my part. Sorry for being MIA, I typed. Can't wait for dress shopping this weekend. The response was immediate. A flood of heart emojis from Laurel. Each one felt like another twist of the knife in my back. The bridal boutique was exactly as pretentious as I'd expected. Crystal chandeliers, champagne flutes, and price tags that made my stomach turn, especially knowing whose money was really paying for all this. Isn't this perfect? Laurel twirled in a designer gown that cost more than my first car. I mean, it's a bit over budget, but She caught my eye in the mirror. Maybe you could help? As a wedding gift. The audacity nearly made me choke on my champagne. I thought you said business was going great at the consulting firm. I kept my voice light, curious to see how she'd respond. Oh, it is. She smoothed the dress nervously. But you know, with the wedding venue deposit and everything. The venue you already paid for? I raised an eyebrow. That was fast. A flash of something panic crossed her face before she recovered. Wayne's parents helped. Ellie bounced over with another dress. Try this one, it's divine. I slipped away to the bathroom, needing a moment. My phone buzzed. Duncan sending screenshots of more evidence. He'd traced the money through 3 different accounts Laurel had set up. The amount stolen had grown to nearly $250,000. When I returned, Laurel was having what looked like an intense phone conversation in the corner. No, listen, she hissed, not noticing me. I told you I'd handle it. The money will be there. Yes, all of it. I just need more time. She jumped when I cleared my throat. Everything okay? Fine. Her voice was too bright. Just wedding planner stuff. Actually, can we talk outside for a minute? In the alley behind the boutique, Laurel lit a cigarette, a habit she'd supposedly quit years ago. I need to ask you something, she said, exhaling smoke. About the business. My heart raced. Was she going to confess? I was wondering if you'd consider making me a partner. I stared at her, speechless. Think about it. She grabbed my hands. We could be an unstoppable team. I already know everything about how it runs and... Everything about how it runs? I pulled away. What exactly do you mean by that? Just that I've been paying attention. She backpedaled quickly. I'm so proud of what you've built, Izzy. I want to be part of it. Officially. Like you were part of my science fair project in 8th grade? She blinked. What? You know, when you broke my project the night before and blamed the cat? Dad just reminded me about that recently. Oh my God, are you seriously bringing that up now? She laughed nervously. We were kids. Some things never change, do they? The boutique door opened before she could respond. Ladies, Ellie called out. We found the perfect dress. Back inside, I watched Laurel pose and preen in what would indeed be her perfect wedding dress. The other bridesmaids cooed and took photos while I noticed Wayne's mother in the corner, looking worried as she examined the price tag. My phone buzzed again. This time it was Wayne. Can we meet? Need to talk about something important. Everything okay? Laurel asked, catching my expression. Just business stuff. I mimicked her earlier tone. I met Wayne at a coffee shop an hour later. He looked troubled, fidgeting with his cup. I found something weird, he said finally. I was using Laurel's laptop and saw some bank statements open. The numbers. They don't make sense with what she makes at work. My chance had arrived. I could tell him everything right now. Have you asked her about it? I managed instead. She said they were business investments, that she's been day trading. He ran a hand through his hair. But something feels off, and now she's insisting we move the wedding up to next month instead of waiting until spring. Next month. My coffee cup froze halfway to my mouth. That wasn't the plan. Why the rush? She says when you know, you know. He attempted a smile. But honestly, I'm starting to wonder if I know anything at all. My phone lit up with a text from Duncan. Urgent. Come to the office now. I have to go, I told Wayne, standing up. But trust your instincts, okay? At the office, Duncan was pacing. She's trying to transfer everything out, he said without preamble. All the money, all at once. I managed to freeze most of the accounts, but she's getting desperate. That's why she's rushing the wedding. I sank into my chair. She wants to take everything and disappear after the wedding. No, Duncan corrected grimly. She needs to pay someone back. Soon. I found threatening messages in her email. Whoever she's involved with, they're not playing around. My little sister wasn't just a thief. She was in serious trouble, and I had to decide, expose her now or watch her self-destruct. You can't seriously still be planning to wait, Duncan argued, pacing my living room. It was midnight, and we'd spent hours reviewing the threatening emails Laurel had received. She's in deep with some dangerous people. Which is exactly why I need to be smart about this, I countered, rubbing my temples. If I expose her now, she'll just run. And then what? My phone buzzed. Another message from Dad. Coming by your office tomorrow. Need to talk. Your father knows something's wrong, Duncan said, reading over my shoulder. Maybe it's time to tell him. A sharp knock at my door made us both jump. I checked the peephole and froze. It's Ellie. Duncan quickly closed the laptop as I opened the door. What are you doing here so late? Ellie pushed past me, her face flushed. I know what you're planning. My heart stopped. What? I saw you and Duncan at the coffee shop today, then at your office. She crossed her arms. And I saw Wayne there too. You're trying to sabotage Laurel's wedding, aren't you? That's ridiculous, I started, but she cut me off. She told me you've always been jealous of her, that you can't stand she's getting married first, that she's more successful. More successful? I laughed bitterly. Is that what she told you? Ellie, Duncan stepped forward, you don't know what's really going on. I know enough. She pulled out her phone, and if you don't back off, I'll show Laurel these photos of your little secret meetings. After she stormed out, I collapsed onto my couch. Well, that's great. She's bluffing, Duncan said. She doesn't know anything. But she's watching us now, and she'll warn Laurel. My phone chimed with a text from an unknown number. Back off, or everyone learns your secrets too. I showed Duncan. See, Laurel's already fighting back. The next morning, Dad was waiting in my office when I arrived. Princess, he said, hugging me, we need to talk about your sister. I tensed. What about her? She came to me yesterday, very upset. He sat down heavily. Said you've been acting strange, hostile even. Said you're threatening to ruin her wedding. Did she tell you why I might be upset with her? She mentioned something about you being stressed about the business. He leaned forward. Is that what this is about? Are you in some kind of trouble? The concern in his eyes nearly broke me. Dad, because if you need money. Wait, what? Laurel said you might be struggling, that's why you're acting out. She offered to help, you know, said she'd give you a loan. I couldn't help it. I laughed. The sound was harsh, borderline hysterical. A loan? With what money, Dad? Her salary from the consulting firm that barely pays above minimum wage? Or maybe with the money she stole from me? The words hung in the air between us. What did you just say? I opened my laptop, hands shaking. Look. I turned the screen toward him, showing the evidence Duncan and I had gathered. She's been stealing from me for months, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Dad's face went pale as he scrolled through the documents. This can't be right. It gets worse. I told him about the threatening messages, the rushed wedding, everything. When I finished, he sat in silence for a long moment. Does your mother know? No one knows except Duncan. And now you. He stood up suddenly. I'm going to talk to her, right now. Dad, wait. She needs to understand. If you confront her, she'll run. I grabbed his arm. She's scared and desperate. Let me handle this. Handle it how? His voice was sharp. By exposing her at her wedding? Is that your plan? Before I could respond, my office door burst open. Laurel stood there, mascara streaking her face. How could you? She screamed. Ellie just told me everything. You're trying to ruin my life. Dad stepped between us. Laurel, we need to talk about the money. She froze, looking from him to me. What money? Don't, I warned. Don't you dare deny it. Her face changed, a cold smile replacing the tears. Prove it. Prove anything. Who do you think they'll believe? The jealous sister trying to ruin a wedding? Or the bride? She spun on her heel and left, slamming the door. Dad sank back into his chair. What have you gotten yourself into, Princess? I showed him the latest threatening text I'd received. Last warning. Drop it, or else. I don't know, I admitted, but I'm about to find out. The rehearsal dinner was tomorrow and I couldn't sleep. My phone lit up with another message from Mom. Please talk to your sister. She's crying in her old bedroom. Whatever this fight is about, it's not worth ruining her special day. I rolled over and called Duncan. Can't sleep either, he answered immediately. The video evidence isn't uploading properly, I said. What if the projector fails tomorrow? What if... A loud crash downstairs made me jump. Hold on, I whispered. Someone's in my house. Call the police, Duncan said urgently. I'm on my way. I crept down the stairs, phone ready to dial 911. A figure stood in my dark kitchen. Don't move, I said loudly, flipping on the lights. Or what? Wayne turned around, his eyes red. You'll add breaking and entering to the list of crimes you're accusing your sister of? How did you get in? He held up a key. Laurel gave me her spare, said I might need it someday. He laughed bitterly. Guess she was right. I lowered my phone. Wayne, show me, he demanded. Show me whatever evidence you have that's got everyone so worked up. 10 minutes later, we sat at my kitchen table, my laptop open between us. Jesus Christ, he muttered, scrolling through the files. The wedding venue, the dress, the honeymoon. She paid for everything with your money. Not just that. I pulled up the threatening emails. She's involved with something bigger. Someone's pressuring her for payment. Wayne's face went ashen. The gambling? What? She said it was just a hobby, playing poker online. He ran his hands through his hair. Said she was good at it, making extra money. I believed her because suddenly we could afford all these things. Headlights flashed through the window as Duncan's car pulled up. I can't marry her, Wayne said quietly. Not now. The wedding's in 3 days, I reminded him. Then help me stop it. He looked up desperately. Before the rehearsal dinner, before she can hurt anyone else. Duncan burst in, ready for intruders, then relaxed, seeing Wayne. We have a problem, I told him. The video file's corrupted. What? Duncan grabbed my laptop. No, the backup. Is gone too. I'd checked earlier. Someone got into the cloud storage. Laurel, Wayne confirmed. She's been acting strange all day, glued to her computer. My phone buzzed, an email from an anonymous account. The subject line made my blood run cold. Watch your back, sis. Attached was a video of me, clearly filmed through my bedroom window working late at night, then another of me meeting Wayne at the coffee shop, and finally one of Dad leaving my office in tears. She's having me stalked, I whispered. Not her, Wayne said grimly. The people she owes money to. They're watching all of us, Duncan swore under his breath. This is getting dangerous. Maybe we should go to the police. With what? I demanded. Our evidence is gone. It's her word against mine, and she's got half the family convinced I'm just jealous. Then we get new evidence, Wayne said firmly. Tonight. How? She keeps everything on her laptop, everything. He pulled out his phone. She's at Mum and Dad's, probably will be all night. Her laptop's at our apartment. I stared at him. You want to break in? It's my apartment too. He twirled his keys. Not breaking in if I have the key. 2 hours later, we were in their apartment, Wayne keeping watch while Duncan worked his tech magic on Laurel's laptop. Got it, Duncan whispered finally. Everything. Bank records, emails, even messages from her bookie. She owes them $500,000. $500,000? Wayne's voice cracked. But your money? She lost it gambling, I realized, then stole from me to try to win it back. A key turned in the lock. We froze as Laurel's voice drifted in. I just need to grab something, Mum. I'll be right back down. Wayne shoved us toward the bedroom. Hide! From the closet, I watched through the slats as Laurel entered, heading straight for her laptop. She stopped dead. The screen was still open to her secret email account. No, she whispered. Then louder, no! Her phone rang. She answered on speaker, hands shaking. Time's up, a male voice said. Where's our money? I'll have it, she promised frantically. After the wedding. The wedding's not happening, the voice cut her off. We're shutting this down. Tomorrow. The line went dead. Laurel sank to her knees, sobbing. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for her. Then she straightened up, wiping her eyes. Fine, she said to the empty room. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me, big sister. She grabbed her laptop and left. In the silence that followed, Wayne's whisper echoed my thoughts exactly. What the hell have we gotten ourselves into? The rehearsal dinner venue buzzed with nervous energy. I stood in the bathroom gripping the sink while Duncan's voice came through my earpiece. The backup files are uploading, but something's wrong. The connection keeps dropping. Fix it, I hissed. We've got one shot at this. A knock at the door made me jump. Isabel, Mum called out. Honey, they're waiting for the maid of honor speech practice. I adjusted my dress and stepped out, nearly colliding with Ellie. Watch it, she snapped, then lowered her voice. Whatever you're planning, don't. There are some scary-looking guys in suits by the bar. They're watching you. Before I could respond, she hurried away. I glanced toward the bar. She was right. 2 men in dark suits stood unnaturally still, their eyes tracking movement across the room. Duncan, I whispered. We've got company. Laurel's friends are here. Get out of there, he urged. This is too dangerous. But Laurel was already clinking her glass, calling for attention. Before we start the official rehearsal, my amazing sister has prepared a little speech practice. The room turned to me expectantly. I caught Wayne's eye across the tables. He gave me a subtle nod. Actually, I started, I'd like to show a special video I've put together first. If someone could help with the projector. No! Laurel jumped up too quickly. I mean, let's save that for the wedding day. More special that way, right? One of the suited men started moving toward the AV equipment. The files are corrupted anyway, Duncan said in my ear. Something's blocking the upload. Mum stood up, sensing tension. Girls, everything okay? Perfect. Laurel smiled too brightly. Isabel was just about to tell everyone how happy she is for me. Right, sis. I looked around the room. Dad, who hadn't spoken to Laurel since discovering the truth. Mum, still blissfully unaware. Wayne, who'd barely touched his food. The suited men, hands in their jackets. Actually, I said clearly, I'd like to tell a story about trust. Laurel's face went white. Duncan, I whispered through clenched teeth. Tell me you've got something. Working on it? Wait. Got it. Check your phone. I pulled out my phone just as Laurel lunged for it, but she was too late. I'd already connected it to the venue's speakers. Her voice filled the room. I don't care what it takes. Get me more time or I swear I'll disappear with every cent. The recording cut off as Laurel knocked the phone from my hand. It skittered across the floor, landing at the feet of one of the suited men. Enough, he said, picking up my phone. His accent was thick, Eastern European maybe. Outside, both of you, now. Nobody's going anywhere. Wayne stood up. I've called the police. The second suited man laughed. You think the police can help? Your fiancé owes very powerful people a lot of money. Mom's voice shook. Laurel? What's he talking about? It's not what you think, Laurel pleaded. I can explain everything. Explain how you stole from your sister, Dad finally spoke, or how you gambled it all away. The room erupted in gasps and murmurs. The money's gone, Laurel admitted, tears streaming down her face. I lost it all trying to win back what I took from Isabel. These men, they said they'd help me win it back, but the interest kept growing. Enough talking, the first man growled. Outside, now. That's when the lights went out. In the darkness, I heard scuffling, screams, and a familiar voice in my ear. Run! Side exit now! Duncan. He'd killed the power. I felt a hand grab mine, Wayne pulling me toward the exit. Behind us, chaos erupted as phones lit up the darkness and people started shouting. We burst into the alley behind the venue. Duncan was waiting in his car, engine running. Get in! He yelled. Wait! Laurel's voice rang out. She stood in the exit doorway, mascara streaking her face. Please, help me. Police sirens wailed in the distance. Why should we? I demanded. Because I'm your sister, she sobbed. And I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The suited men's voices echoed from inside, getting closer. I looked at Wayne, then Duncan, then back at my sister, terrified, desperate, but for the first time in months, honest. Get in the car, I said finally. As we sped away, I saw the suited men emerge into the alley in my side mirror. The police sirens grew louder. What now? Wayne asked from the back seat, where he sat with a trembling Laurel. My phone buzzed, a text from Dad. Get somewhere safe. I'll handle things here. Call you soon. Now, I said. We fix this, all of it. But looking at Laurel's tear-stained face in the rearview mirror, I wondered if anything would ever really be fixed between us. 3 hours later, we sat in Duncan's lake house, 30 miles outside the city. Laurel hadn't stopped shaking since we arrived. "Start from the beginning," I demanded. "Everything." She wrapped her hands around a mug of coffee. "It started small, taking a little money here and there to play poker online. I was good at first, winning more than losing. Then you lost big," Wayne said flatly. She nodded. "I met these guys at an underground casino. They offered to stake me, said I had potential, the interest rates were insane, but I was desperate to win back what I'd taken from you." My phone rang. "Dad, you're all over the news," he said when I answered on speaker. "The police arrested those men outside the venue. They're connected to a major gambling ring." "Are Mom and the guests okay?" Laurel asked. "Your mother's in shock," Dad's voice hardened. "The wedding guests have quite a story to tell." "Dad, save it. The police want to talk to both of you. They're offering Laurel a deal if she helps them take down the gambling ring." Duncan, who'd been typing furiously on his laptop, spoke up. "I've recovered everything. Bank records, threats, all of it. It's enough to prove the theft, but also enough to show Laurel was being extorted." "I never meant for it to go this far," Laurel whispered. "I was going to pay everything back." "With what money?" I exploded. "My money? The money you stole from my business? The money I worked years to earn while you were living it up and lying to everyone?" "I know," she shouted back, jumping up. "I know I'm terrible. I know I ruined everything. You think I don't hate myself? You think I don't see how I destroyed my life, hurt everyone I love? Then why didn't you just ask for help?" Wayne's quiet question cut through her hysteria. She sank back down. "Because I was ashamed. Because Isabel was always the successful one, the responsible one. I wanted to prove I could be something too." "By stealing from me? By being more than just your shadow?" Tears streamed down her face. "Do you know what it's like? Everyone always comparing us. Why can't you be more like your sister? Look how well Isabel's doing. I wanted to be special too." The room fell silent except for her sobs. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. "Please tell me my girls are safe." "We need to go to the police," I said finally. "Tonight." "I'll lose everything," Laurel whispered. "You already did that yourself," Wayne replied, standing up. "I'll drive." At the police station, everything happened quickly. Laurel gave her statement while Wayne and I provided evidence. The detectives seemed particularly interested in the gambling ring connection. "Your sister's cooperation will help her case," one detective told me, "but the theft charges—" "I want to drop them," I heard myself say. Everyone stared at me. "What?" Laurel gasped. "On one condition," I turned to her. "You get help, real help, for the gambling addiction, and you pay back every cent, even if it takes years." "Why would you do this for me?" she asked, voice breaking. "After everything I did." "Because you're my sister, and because—" I took a deep breath. "Because I remember when we were kids making jewelry together. You weren't in my shadow then. We were just sisters who loved each other." Dawn was breaking as we left the station. Mom and Dad were waiting outside. "My babies," Mom cried, pulling us both into a hug. Dad stood back, his face stern but eyes wet. "The wedding guests have been told there was a security threat. The truth stays in the family." "I'm so sorry," Laurel told them. "To everyone." Wayne cleared his throat. "I should go." "Wait," Laurel called after him. "I understand if you never want to see me again, but—" "I need time," he cut her off, "to process everything, to decide if I can ever trust you again." As he walked away, Laurel turned to me. "That's fair. More than fair. I need to earn back everyone's trust." "Starting now," Dad said firmly. "Let's go home." Duncan, who'd been quietly watching everything, touched my arm. "You okay?" I looked at my family, broken but not destroyed, damaged but not beyond repair. "No," I admitted, "but I will be. We all will be." As we drove home in the early morning light, Laurel spoke softly from the back seat. "I know it doesn't fix anything, but thank you. for saving me from those men, for giving me a chance to make things right. I caught her eye in the rearview mirror. Don't waste it. She nodded, and for the first time in months, I saw my little sister again, not the thief, not the liar, but the girl who used to string beads with me on our bedroom floor. The road to forgiveness would be long, but at least now we were on it. The bell above my shop door chimed. I looked up from my workbench to see Laurel standing there, clutching an envelope. Your payment for this month, she said, placing it on the counter. She'd been working 2 jobs, receptionist by day, waitress by night, making steady payments on her debt. How's the counselling going? I asked, returning to the delicate necklace I was crafting. Good. Really good, actually. She lingered by my workbench. That's beautiful. Reminds me of the ones we used to make. I hesitated, then pushed over a box of beads. Want to help? Her eyes lit up. For the next hour, we worked in comfortable silence, just like when we were kids. The familiar rhythm of selecting beads, threading wire, and crafting clasps filled the space between us. Wayne called yesterday, she said finally. My hands stilled. Oh? He's seeing someone new. I told him I'm happy for him. She carefully placed a finished bracelet on the counter. And I meant it. He deserves better than what I was. And what are you now? A work in progress. She managed a small smile. My counsellor says acknowledging that is important. The shop door chimed again. Duncan walked in, then stopped short, seeing Laurel. Don't leave on my account, she said, standing. I was just dropping off this month's payment. Actually, Duncan said, I'm glad you're here. Show her, Isabel. I pulled out my tablet, opening the business spreadsheet I'd been working on. The online orders have tripled since we launched the new collection. I need help managing it all. Laurel's breath caught. What are you saying? I'm saying I need an assistant. Someone who knows the business. Part-time, minimum wage to start. All transactions monitored by Duncan's accounting firm. You'd trust me? After everything? Trust is earned, I said firmly. This is a chance to earn it. But one wrong move. There won't be, she interrupted. I swear on my life. Good, because Mom and Dad are coming by later to see the new shop layout, Duncan mentioned casually. Might be nice if their daughters were both here. After he left, Laurel touched one of the necklaces we'd just made. Remember when we used to price these at $5 and thought we were going to be millionaires? We didn't know anything about business back then. No, she agreed, but we knew about being sisters. The afternoon passed quickly as we worked together, falling into an easy rhythm. When Mom and Dad arrived, they found us laughing over an old photo of our first jewellery sale. A lemonade stand where we sold painted macaroni necklaces. Now this is what I've been praying for, Mom said, tears in her eyes. Dad examined our latest creations. These are gorgeous. You two always did bring out the best in each other's work. When we weren't bringing out the worst in each other, Laurel added softly. The past is past, Dad said, squeezing her shoulder. It's what you do from here that matters. Later, closing up shop, I found a small package on my workbench with a note. Found this in my old things. Remember when you lost it? I'm sorry I lied about the cat breaking it. L. Inside was my 8th grade science fair medal, slightly tarnished, but intact. My phone buzzed, a text from Duncan. Dinner tonight to celebrate the new business partnership? I smiled, texting back, make it family dinner. All of us. Another message popped up, this time from Laurel. Thank you for giving me a chance to be your sister again. I looked at the medal in my hand, then at the shop around me. The business I'd built, nearly lost, and was now sharing on my own terms. The betrayal would always be part of our story, but it didn't have to be the end of it. I texted back, thank you for becoming someone worth trusting again. The bell chimed one last time as I locked up. Through the window, I saw Laurel waiting by her car, ready to drive us to dinner. She'd changed so much from the desperate woman who'd stolen from me, yet in some ways, she was more herself than she'd ever been. We'd both learned hard lessons about trust, forgiveness, and the true cost of redemption. But standing there, watching the sunset reflect off the shop window where Sister's designs now gleamed in fresh gold lettering, I knew we'd finally found our way back to what mattered most. Not the jewelry we made, but the bond we'd broken and rebuilt, stronger than before. I stepped out into the evening, ready to join my family. Not perfect, but perfectly ours. Ready? Laurel asked. Ready, I replied, meaning so much more than dinner. We were ready to be sisters again.
The paint was still wet on my canvas when my card declined. I stared at my phone, the notification glaring up at me like an accusation. Insufficient funds. I just checked my account yesterday. There had been over $47,000 in there. My entire life savings. I wiped my hands on my already paint-stained jeans and tried again. Same result. With trembling fingers, I opened my banking app. Balance 0.00. My stomach dropped through the floor of my studio apartment. The paintbrush slipped from my fingers, leaving a streak of crimson across the worn hardwood. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't think. This had to be a mistake. I called the bank, pacing the length of my small apartment, stepping over canvases and supplies. The customer service rep's voice was professionally sympathetic as she confirmed what I already knew. Every penny had been transferred out yesterday afternoon. To another account. Authorized with my credentials. But I didn't authorize anything, I whispered. I'm sorry, Ms. Winters, but the transfer was completed using your secure login and authentication code. My mind raced. Who would have access to... Oh, my family dinner last Sunday. My phone, left on the table when I went to help Mom in the kitchen. Angela hovering near my belongings, as always. I'd thought nothing of it. I hung up and immediately called my sister. Angela speaking. Her voice was crisp, professional. I could picture her at her desk in her corner office, manicured nails tapping impatiently. It's Tessa, I said, my voice surprisingly steady. Did you take my money? A pause. Not of guilt or surprise, but of annoyance. Oh, that. We had to make an executive decision about the family investments. Executive decision? That was everything I had. Don't be dramatic, Tessa. The opportunity Dad found was time-sensitive. We needed capital quickly. So you stole from me? My voice cracked. Borrowed, she corrected. It's a family investment. We're all benefiting. You didn't ask me. You didn't tell me. Because you would have said no. You always say no to the big opportunities. You're too cautious, too small-minded. This is going to triple our investment in 6 months. I gripped the phone so hard my knuckles went white. Put it back, Angela. Now. She sighed, the sound of someone dealing with an unreasonable child. I can't. The money's already invested, but don't worry. You'll thank us when the returns come in. I need that money now. For rent. For food. Oh, please. You've always been so dramatic. Just ask Dad for an advance on your share. I'm sure he'll float you a few hundred to tide you over. My free hand curled into a fist. I want to speak to Dad. He's in meetings all day. Look, I've got to run. We'll talk about this at Sunday dinner, okay? Love you. She hung up before I could respond. I stood frozen in the middle of my apartment, surrounded by half-finished paintings. The afternoon light slanted through my windows, illuminating dust motes and the life I'd built for myself. A life that had just been deemed worthless by my own family. My phone buzzed with a text. Michaela, my younger sister. Angela told me you're freaking out about the investment. Don't be such a baby. This is going to be huge for all of us. I didn't respond. Instead, I called my mother. Tessa, darling. She answered, her voice distant as always. I'm just heading into my book club. Mom, did you know about this? About taking my money? A pause. Your father mentioned something about consolidating family resources for a new venture. I don't get involved in the financial decisions. You know that. They emptied my account. Everything I had. Well, I'm sure your father knows what he's doing. He always does. Her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper. Though between us, maybe if you'd done something more substantial with your life than painting pictures, he would have consulted you. The familiar sting of her dismissal barely registered through my shock. I have to go, darling. We'll sort it all out on Sunday. Another call ended. Another door closed. I sank onto my paint-splattered stool, staring at the half-finished canvas before me. It was a commission that would have paid next month's rent. A commission I couldn't complete without supplies I now couldn't afford. My entire family had robbed me, and they expected me to show up for Sunday dinner like nothing had happened. I looked around my studio, the only place I'd ever felt truly myself, the only space I'd created without their interference or judgment. And now even this was at risk. My phone buzzed again. A final text, from my father this time. "Stop bothering everyone. The decision's been made. This is what's best for the family." Something inside me, something that had bent and yielded for 28 years, finally snapped. I looked down at my hands, still stained with paint. Red for passion, black for void, white for beginnings. They thought they knew me. The quiet middle child, the artistic disappointment, the one who wouldn't fight back. They had no idea what I was capable of. I wiped my tears with the back of my hand, leaving a smear of color across my cheek. If my family wanted to play with fire, I would show them exactly how hot it could burn. I spent 3 days in a fog of rage and disbelief. My calls went unanswered. My texts were met with dismissive responses or complete silence. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't paint. On the third morning, I stood in front of my bathroom mirror, barely recognizing the hollow-eyed woman staring back at me. My rent was due in 2 weeks. I had $143 in my wallet and nothing else. They can't just take everything, I whispered to my reflection. But they had. I called in sick to the gallery where I worked part-time, then pulled out my laptop. If my family wouldn't answer my calls, I'd find another way to understand what had happened. 5 hours later, my eyes burned from staring at the screen. I'd found nothing about any major investment opportunity in my father's company records. Nothing in the business news. Nothing that explained why they needed nearly $50,000 so urgently that they had to steal it. What I did find was an Instagram post from Angela. Her lounging on a yacht, champagne in hand, captioned, "Celebrating our newest venture. Blessed Nayakshire family first." Posted the day after they drained my account. I slammed my laptop shut and grabbed my keys. I needed air. Needed to walk until my legs gave out or my mind cleared. Whichever came first. The coffee shop 6 blocks from my apartment had always been my refuge. Tucked between a bookstore and a vintage clothing shop, it was quiet enough to think, but busy enough to disappear into. I ordered the cheapest thing on the menu and took a seat by the window. Tessa? Tessa Winters? I looked up to see a vaguely familiar face. Dark hair, intense eyes, the shadow of stubble along his jaw. "Sorry," he said. "You probably don't remember me. Louis Reyes? We met at your father's holiday party last year." The memory surfaced slowly. Louis had been one of the tech consultants my father had hired. We'd talked briefly about art and technology while everyone else networked around us. "I remember," I said, gesturing to the empty chair across from me. "You were the only person there who didn't ask what my real job was." He smiled, sliding into the seat. "Because art is a real job. Your work was incredible, by the way. That series with the fractured perspectives? I still think about it." For the first time in days, I felt something other than anger or despair. "Thank you." Louis studied my face. "Are you okay? You look like I haven't slept in 3 days." I attempted a smile. "That obvious, huh?" "More like someone who's been punched in the gut and is still trying to breathe." He leaned forward. "I know that look. I've worn it myself." Something in his tone made me pause. "What happened to you?" His eyes darkened. "Your father happened." My coffee went cold as Louis told me his story. He'd developed a security algorithm that my father had claimed was worthless, then secretly patented a suspiciously similar version 6 months later. Louis had been quietly pushed out of the company, his reputation damaged by rumors of instability and poor work ethic. He took everything I'd built, Louis said, his voice low, and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. I felt sick. My family just stole my entire savings, nearly $50,000. They didn't even ask, just took it. Louis didn't look surprised. Let me guess, for some amazing investment opportunity? Time sensitive, couldn't wait for your approval? I stared at him. How did you know? Because that's what Maximus does. He finds people with resources he wants and he takes them. Usually legally, always ruthlessly. My phone buzzed. A text from Michaela. You're still coming to Sunday dinner, right? Mom's making your favorite. Don't be mad about the money thing. It's going to work out amazing for all of us. I showed Louis the text. He read it and shook his head. They really expect you to just show up like nothing happened? They do, I said. And until 3 days ago, I probably would have. Louis studied me for a long moment. But not now? No. The word felt like freedom. Not now. He pulled out a business card and scribbled something on the back. I work in cybersecurity now. If you ever want to talk about options, call me. This number isn't in any system. I took the card, turning it over in my fingers. What kind of options? The kind that level playing fields. His eyes met mine. I'm not suggesting anything illegal. Just information is power, especially with people like your family. My phone buzzed again. Angela this time. Dad says if you miss Sunday dinner, you can forget about any advance on your investment returns. Don't be stupid, Tessa. Something cold and clear crystallized inside me. I looked up at Louis. I need to understand exactly what they did with my money, I said. And I need to know everything about how my father operates. Louis nodded slowly. I can help with that. But Tessa, once you start looking, you can't unsee what you find. And with families like yours, there's always more beneath the surface. I'm counting on it, I said, slipping his card into my pocket. As we left the coffee shop, my phone lit up with a notification. An email from my father's assistant. Mr. Winters requests your presence at tomorrow's board meeting. 10 a.m. sharp, professional attire required. I showed Louis. That's unexpected, he said, frowning. No, I replied, a strange calm settling over me. That's an opportunity. I stood outside the gleaming glass headquarters of Winters Enterprises at 9:45 a.m., wearing the only business attire I owned. A charcoal pencil skirt and cream blouse I'd bought for gallery openings. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, so I shoved them into my pockets, fingers wrapping around Louis's business card like a talisman. Last night, we'd stayed up until 3 a.m. in his apartment, surrounded by computer screens and takeout containers. Louis had walked me through what he knew about my father's business practices, the shell companies, the strategic acquisitions of other people's work, the pattern of discrediting anyone who challenged him. Remember? Louis had said as I was leaving. Don't let them see what you're really thinking. Your face gives everything away. I took a deep breath and pushed through the revolving doors. The receptionist's eyes widened slightly when I gave my name. Ms. Winters, we weren't sure you'd come. The board is already gathering in the executive conference room. I nodded, trying to channel Angela's cool confidence. I'll head up now. The elevator ride to the top floor gave me 20 seconds to steady my breathing. I'd never been to a board meeting before. Had never been invited. Had never wanted to be. The conference room doors were open. Inside, men and women in expensive suits mingled with coffee cups and tablets. My father stood at the head of the table, commanding attention without speaking. Angela was at his right hand, sleek and polished in a tailored navy suit. She saw me first, her perfectly shaped eyebrows rising in surprise before she composed her face into a smile. Tessa, you made it. She air-kissed my cheek, whispering, You could have worn something a little more executive. I ignored the jab. Why am I here, Angela? Dad wants to show you what your investment is funding. She emphasized the word investment with a pointed look. Try to look interested, will you? My father finally noticed me. Tessa, good. Not good to see you or good morning. Just good, like I'd performed a basic function correctly. The meeting began promptly at 10. I took a seat near the back, watching as my father presented the quarterly results with practiced authority. Nothing about any new investment opportunity. Nothing about my money. Then Angela stood, clicking to a new slide. Now for the exciting development we've been working toward. As you know, we've been seeking to expand our creative division, and we've identified the perfect acquisition. The screen changed to show a familiar logo. Archer Studios, a boutique design firm known for their innovative approach and ethical business practices. A firm I'd dreamed of working with someday. With our recent capital infusion, Angela continued, we're positioned to make an aggressive offer that the owners won't be able to refuse. My stomach twisted. Capital infusion. My money, once acquired, my father added, will integrate their client list and top talent into our existing structure. The Archer name will be phased out within 6 months. The room buzzed with approval. All I could think about was how Archer Studios would be gutted, its creative soul stripped for parts. Questions? My father asked, his gaze sweeping the room before landing on me. Tessa, you look concerned. Every eye turned to me. I swallowed hard. Why Archer? I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. Their value is in their creative independence and ethical reputation. If you absorb them, you destroy what makes them valuable. A ripple of uncomfortable silence. My father's jaw tightened. This is business, not art school, he said dismissively. Their value is in their client relationships and intellectual property, which we will retain. And their people? I pressed. The designers who created that value? Angela jumped in smoothly. We'll keep the ones who align with our culture. The rest will receive generous severance packages. The discussion moved on. I sat in stunned silence, watching my family plot the destruction of something beautiful for profit. And they'd used my money. Money that represented years of work and sacrifice, to do it. After the meeting, my father beckoned me into his office. Angela followed, closing the door behind us. What was that? He demanded. I was asking legitimate questions, I said. You were undermining our strategy in front of the board. He leaned against his desk. I brought you here to show you what real business looks like, what real success looks like. Not whatever it is you do in that studio of yours. The familiar pain of his dismissal washed over me. I'd spent my life seeking his approval, and he'd spent his making sure I knew I'd never earn it. Is that why you took my money? To teach me a lesson? We've been through this, Angela interjected. It's an investment opportunity that will benefit all of us. By destroying a creative company that actually stands for something? My father's expression hardened. This sentimentality is exactly why you're not involved in family business decisions. You lack perspective. And you lack basic decency. I shot back, surprising myself with my boldness. You stole from me. Borrowed, Angela corrected again. Without permission. That's theft. My father sighed heavily. You want your money back? Fine. I'll have accounting cut you a check, minus the family management fee, of course. But understand this. You'll be excluded from all future family investments. When this deal quadruples our portfolio, you'll get nothing. I stared at him, finally seeing clearly. This wasn't about an investment opportunity. This was about control, about keeping me dependent and grateful. I want my full amount returned, I said quietly. Today, Angela laughed. That's not how this works, little sister. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Lewis. Found something. Big. Call me when you're out. I looked up at my father and sister, these strangers who shared my blood. You're right, Angela, I said, moving toward the door. That's not how this works anymore. They're laundering money. Lewis's voice was tight as he paced his small living room. That's what I found. I sat frozen on his couch, staring at the documents spread across his coffee table. Bank statements. Shell company registrations, wire transfers to accounts in countries I'd barely heard of. Are you sure? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Louis stopped pacing and looked at me. Tessa, these patterns are textbook. Money goes in dirty, gets routed through legitimate-looking businesses, comes out clean. Your father's been doing this for years. I picked up one of the papers, a transfer authorization with my father's signature. And my money? My $47,000? It's part of a much larger transfer, almost $2 million total. Louis sat beside me, his knee brushing mine. They bundled your money with other funds. It's already been moved offshore. The room seemed to tilt. My family wasn't just manipulative and controlling, they were criminals, and they'd made me an unwitting accomplice. I need air, I said, standing abruptly. Louis' balcony was barely big enough for 2 people, but the cool night air helped clear my head. The city lights blurred below us, millions of lives untouched by my family's corruption. What am I supposed to do with this? I asked, my hands gripping the railing. Go to the police? Turn in my own family? Louis leaned against the railing beside me. That's one option. But without more concrete evidence, it would be your word against theirs. And your father has very expensive lawyers. So I just let them get away with it? With all of it? The thought made me sick. There's another way. Louis turned to face me. We find proof, real proof, enough that they can't wriggle out of it. How? I can get into their system, but I need someone on the inside, someone with physical access to the executive floor. His eyes held mine. Someone they won't suspect. Understanding dawned. You want me to spy on my family. I want you to get justice. For yourself, for me, for everyone they've steamrolled. He hesitated. But Tessa, if you do this, there's no going back. Your relationship with your family will never be the same. I laughed, the sound brittle in the night air. What relationship? They stole from me, Louis. They've been dismissing me my entire life. This is different. This is active betrayal. I thought about my mother's cold indifference, my father's contempt, Angela's manipulations, Michaela's blind loyalty to them all. Maybe betrayal is exactly what they deserve, I said quietly. Back inside, Louis outlined what we would need. Access to my father's private server, copies of certain documents, recordings of key conversations. It would take time, patience, perfect timing. Sunday dinner, I said suddenly. I'll start this Sunday. Louis looked concerned. Are you sure you're ready? No, I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready to smile across the table at people who had stolen from me. Wasn't ready to pretend I didn't know they were criminals, but I nodded anyway. I need to do this. The next morning, I texted Angela. I'll be at dinner Sunday. Tell Dad I want to talk about getting more involved in the family business. Her response came immediately. About time. Dad will be thrilled. Wear something professional. I closed my eyes, letting the rage wash through me. They thought I was capitulating, coming back to the fold, tail between my legs. Let them think that. I spent the next 3 days preparing. Louis gave me a modified phone with special software and taught me how to use it. We practiced scenarios, anticipated questions. I memorized details about offshore accounts and shell companies so I could recognize them in conversation. On Sunday morning, I stood in front of my closet staring at my options. Professional, Angela had said. I pulled out a simple black dress, modest, forgettable, perfect for someone who didn't want to be noticed too closely. As I was getting ready to leave, my phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Is this Tessa Winters? A man's voice, unfamiliar. Who's asking? My name is Khalil. I'm head of security for your father's company. My heart stuttered. Had we been discovered already? What can I do for you, Khalil? I noticed some unusual access attempts on our system yesterday. Nothing got through, but the pattern was interesting. I gripped the phone tighter. I don't understand what this has to do with me. Probably nothing. His tone was casual, but something in it made me uneasy. Just doing my due diligence. Your father takes security very seriously. I'm sure he does. A pause. Enjoy your family dinner tonight, Ms. Winters. The line went dead. I immediately called Lewis. Someone named Khalil just called me, I said when he answered. He knows something. Lewis cursed under his breath. Khalil Nassar. He's good, really good. If he's watching, we need to be extra careful. Should we call it off? No, but we need to change tactics. Lewis's voice was tense. He'll be monitoring digital access points. We need to focus on physical evidence first. I checked the time. 2 hours until dinner. I can do this, I said, more to myself than to Lewis. Tessa. His voice softened. You don't have to. We can find another way. I thought about my empty bank account, about Archer Studios being gutted for parts, about years of being dismissed and devalued. No, I said firmly. I'm done letting them take from me. It's my turn now. As I hung up, a text came through from Michaela. Can't wait to see you tonight. Mom's making that pasta you love. Everything's going to be just like it used to be. I stared at her message, a cold clarity settling over me. Nothing would ever be like it used to be. And for the first time in my life, that felt like a good thing. My mother's house smelled like garlic and expensive perfume. I stood on the doorstep, heart hammering against my ribs, Lewis's voice echoing in my head. Get what you can without raising suspicion. Focus on physical evidence. Watch for Khalil. I rang the doorbell, adjusting the small recording device hidden in my bracelet. Michaela flung the door open, her face lighting up. Tessa, you came! She pulled me into a hug, her familiar vanilla scent enveloping me. For a split second, I almost forgot why I was there. Almost. Of course I came, I said, returning her hug with practiced warmth. It's family dinner. The dining room was set with the good china, the kind reserved for impressing guests or celebrating victories. Angela was already there, typing on her phone. She glanced up, eyes appraising my simple black dress. Well, it's not exactly executive chic, but it's better than your usual paint-splattered look, she said by way of greeting. I forced a smile. Nice to see you too. My father entered, drink in hand. Tessa, Angela mentioned you're interested in getting more involved in the business. No hello. No how are you. Straight to business. I've been thinking about my future, I said carefully. About what I really want. He nodded approvingly. Good. It's time you grew up. My mother appeared from the kitchen, elegant as always in a cashmere sweater that probably cost more than my monthly rent. Dinner's ready. Tessa, darling, help me bring out the food. In the kitchen, she handed me a bowl of pasta. I'm glad you've come to your senses about the money. Your father was quite upset by your reaction. Was he? I kept my voice neutral. Of course, family loyalty means everything to him. She stirred the sauce, not looking at me. He only wants what's best for all of us. Is that why he's laundering money through offshore accounts? The words slipped out before I could stop them. My mother's hand froze on the spoon. She turned slowly, her face a perfect mask. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, her voice suddenly brittle. And I'd suggest you don't repeat such ridiculous accusations at the table. She swept past me with the sauce, leaving me standing alone in the kitchen, pulse racing. Stupid. That was stupid. I needed to be more careful. At dinner, the conversation flowed around me. Business successes, social events, Michaela's latest shopping spree. I picked at my food, watching them all perform their roles in this family charade. So, Tessa, my father said eventually, Angela tells me you were at the board meeting. What did you think? All eyes turned to me. This was my opening. I was impressed, I lied smoothly. Especially with the Archer acquisition strategy. I've been thinking about it a lot. Angela looked surprised but pleased. Really? You seemed concerned about it at the time? I've reconsidered. Actually, I had some thoughts about how to handle the transition of their creative assets. My father raised an eyebrow. Go on. For the next 10 minutes, I outlined a strategy that sounded plausible, but would require access to financial documents and executive meetings. With each point, I watched my father's expression shift from skepticism to consideration. Not bad, he said finally. Not bad at all. I'd need to see the full acquisition plan, of course, I added, and the financing structure. He studied me for a long moment. You've never shown this kind of interest before. I met his gaze steadily. Maybe I never had the right motivation before. A small smile played at his lips. Come to my office tomorrow, 9 a.m. We'll see what you're really capable of. Victory surged through me. Step 1, accomplished. After dinner, I excused myself to use the bathroom upstairs, the one near my father's home office. The door was locked as expected, but I needed to at least check for security cameras. As I was examining the hallway, a voice behind me made me jump. Looking for something? I spun around. Khalil stood at the end of the hall, arms crossed. In person, he was taller than I'd imagined, with sharp eyes that seemed to see right through me. Just the bathroom, I said, gesturing to the door across from the office. It's that one. He pointed to a door further down the hall. Right. Thanks. I moved past him, feeling his eyes on my back. Inside the bathroom, I texted Louis. Security guy is here, watching me. His response came quickly. Get out as soon as you can. Don't push it today. When I emerged, Khalil was gone, but the damage was done. He was suspicious. Downstairs, I found Angela alone in the living room, nursing a glass of wine. That was quite a performance at dinner, she said. What are you really up to, Tessa? I sat across from her. What makes you think I'm up to something? Because I know you. And you don't suddenly develop business acumen overnight. Maybe you don't know me as well as you think. She leaned forward. Let me be clear. Dad might be intrigued by your little transformation, but I'm not. This is my territory, my future. Don't get in my way. The threat hung in the air between us. For the first time, I saw real fear behind her perfect facade. Angela wasn't just protecting the family business. She was protecting herself. What are you afraid of, Angela? I asked quietly. What happens if someone looks too closely at how this family operates? Her face paled slightly. You have no idea what you're talking about. Don't I? We stared at each other, the pretense of sisterly affection completely gone. The front door opened and my father's voice carried down the hall. Khalil, what did you find? Angela's eyes widened fractionally. I stood up, heart pounding. I should go, I said. Big day tomorrow, 9 a.m., right? As I gathered my things, I heard Khalil's low voice. We need to talk about your daughter, sir. I slipped out the side door, the night air cool against my flushed skin. I had what I needed, an invitation to the inner circle. But at what cost? The game had changed. They were watching me now. And I was running out of time. He knows something's off. I paced Louis's living room at midnight, still in my dinner clothes. The way Khalil looked at me, like he was cataloging every movement, every word. Louis typed furiously on his laptop. We need to accelerate the timeline. Your father's giving you access tomorrow. That's our window. And if Khalil is watching, if he's monitoring everything I do, then we get creative. Louis looked up, his expression grim. Tessa, we found something else. The Archer acquisition? It's worse than we thought. He turned his laptop toward me. On the screen was an email from my father to Angela, dated 3 weeks ago. A has agreed to our terms. Once paperwork is signed, liquidate all assets immediately. M will handle the offshore transfers. Use T's account as buffer. Clean origin, no questions. Complete by month end. My stomach dropped. T's account, that's me. They were using me as a washing machine for dirty money. They needed a clean account with no connection to their usual channels, Louis confirmed. Your money was never meant to be invested. It was meant to disappear. I sank onto the couch, a cold clarity settling over me. They made me complicit. If anyone investigates, my name is on those transfers. Which is why we need to move fast. Lewis closed his laptop. Tomorrow, when you're in your father's office, I need you to plug this into any computer on the executive network. He handed me what looked like a normal USB drive. It'll create a backdoor for me to access their secure servers. I turned the small device over in my hands. And then what? Then we get everything. The whole operation. Enough evidence to force them to return your money and keep them from destroying Archer. And enough to send my family to prison, I added quietly. Lewis didn't deny it. That's your choice, Tessa. How far you want to take this? I barely slept that night, tossing between rage and doubt. By morning, my resolve had hardened into something cold and sharp. I dressed carefully in a borrowed suit from Lewis's ex-girlfriend. Something Angela would approve of. Professional. Polished. The perfect disguise. The USB drive felt like a live grenade in my purse as I walked into Winters Enterprises at precisely 9 a.m. My father's executive assistant greeted me with surprise. Ms. Winters, your father's expecting you, but he's running late. He asked if you could wait in the conference room. The Archer team will be here at 10. My heart skipped. The Archer team is coming today? Final negotiations. She smiled conspiratorially. Between us, it's a done deal. Your father never loses. The conference room was empty. I sat at the massive table, staring at the computer terminal built into its center. A perfect opportunity, if I could access it. I glanced at the door. No one watching. I pulled out the USB drive. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I froze. Khalil stood in the doorway, arms crossed. This isn't what it looks like, I said automatically. He closed the door behind him. It looks like you're about to insert unauthorized hardware into a secure system, which is exactly what it is. I dropped the drive back into my purse, mind racing for an excuse. Khalil sat across from me. I've been watching you, Tessa. And your friend Lewis. My blood went cold. I don't know what you're talking about. Louis Reyes, former employee, terminated under questionable circumstances, currently working as a cybersecurity consultant while apparently plotting corporate espionage against your father. His voice remained calm, almost conversational. And you're helping him. There was no point denying it. Are you going to tell my father? That depends. He leaned forward. On why you're doing this. The question caught me off guard. They stole from me, used me, lied to me. And now you want revenge. I want justice, I corrected, and my money back. Khalil studied me for a long moment. 2 months ago, I flagged some unusual transactions for your father. Large sums moving through unconventional channels. He told me it was a special project and to ignore similar patterns in the future. He paused. I didn't feel comfortable with that. I stared at him, understanding slowly dawning. You're not here to stop me. I'm here to make sure you don't get caught. He said quietly. What your family is doing with Archer, and with other companies before them, it isn't right. But if you use that drive, they'll trace it back to you within hours. Then what do I do? I whispered. Khalil pulled out his own drive. Use this instead. It's clean, untraceable, and will give your friend what he needs without leading back to either of you. I hesitated. Why would you help me? Because I've spent 3 years protecting your father's empire, and I've seen enough to know it needs to be dismantled. He placed the drive on the table between us. But understand this. Once you start this, there's no controlling where it ends. Your entire family could face serious charges. The weight of his words settled on my shoulders. This wasn't just about my money anymore. It was about years of corruption, of people being used and discarded. I understand, I said, taking his drive. Khalil nodded once. The system will be unlocked for exactly 2 minutes when the meeting starts. Your father always begins by showing the same presentation. That's your window. Footsteps sounded in the hallway. Khalil stood quickly. One more thing, he said, voice low and urgent. There's a company jet scheduled for tomorrow morning. Your father, Angela, and several board members. Private airstrip, invitation only. Where are they going? The Caymans, one-way tickets. His eyes met mine. Whatever you're planning, do it today. By tomorrow, they'll be gone, and so will any money they control. The door opened. My father entered, followed by Angela and several executives I recognized from the board meeting. Tessa, my father said, looking between Khalil and me with narrowed eyes. I see you've met our head of security. Just introducing myself, Khalil said smoothly. Explaining our protocols. Angela gave me a suspicious look. The Archer team will be here any minute. Try not to say anything. Artistic. As everyone took their seats, I felt the drive in my pocket. One chance. Today, before they disappeared with everything, my phone buzzed with a text from Louis. In position. Ready when you are. I looked up to see my father watching me, a calculating expression on his face. For the first time in my life, I didn't flinch away from his gaze. The game was ending today, one way or another. The Archer team arrived looking nothing like I expected. No sleek suits or power ties, just 3 people in casual business attire, with the quiet confidence of people who believe in what they create. Their lead designer, a woman named Danny, had the calloused fingertips of someone who still worked with her hands. My father began his presentation, all charm and practiced authority. I watched the Archer team's faces as he outlined his vision for their company's future. Their expressions shifted from polite interest to barely concealed concern. And of course, my father concluded, we'll ensure a smooth transition for your key personnel. You mean the ones you decide to keep? Danny said quietly. My father's smile didn't waver. We'll make those determinations based on alignment with our corporate culture. As promised, he pulled up his standard acquisition presentation. The computer terminal in front of me blinked, indicating it was active. Khalil caught my eye from across the room and gave an almost imperceptible nod. My 2-minute window had begun. I leaned forward, pretending to take notes while sliding the drive into the USB port beneath the table. A small light flashed green. Connected. Excuse me, Angela interrupted, staring directly at me. Tessa, what are you doing? Every head turned toward me. My fingers froze on the keyboard. Taking notes, I said, forcing a smile. I want to learn how this works. She narrowed her eyes but didn't push further. The presentation continued. My phone vibrated silently. Louis, we're in 60 seconds to download. I glanced at the Archer team, at the resignation already settling into their postures. They'd built something meaningful, and they were about to watch it be dismantled for parts. Just like I'd been. My phone buzzed again. Download complete. You need to get out now. I removed the drive, tucking it safely into my pocket. Now I just needed to excuse myself and, before we proceed to the paperwork, my father said, I believe my daughter has some thoughts on the creative transition. Tessa? Every eye in the room turned to me. This wasn't part of the plan. I wasn't supposed to speak. I glanced at Khalil, who gave me the slightest shrug. No help there. I stood slowly, buying time. Thank you, Father. I've been studying Archer's portfolio extensively. Angela watched me like a hawk, suspicion radiating from her. My father waited expectantly, a trap I couldn't see yet coiled beneath his polite attention. And then I saw it. The Archer team's faces, the quiet desperation. The same expression I'd worn when I discovered my account had been emptied. Something shifted inside me. This wasn't just about getting my money back anymore. Archer Studios has built something remarkable, I began, my voice stronger than I expected. Their design philosophy, their ethical approach to client relationships, these aren't assets you can simply absorb. They're the soul of the company. My father's expression hardened. Tessa, let me finish. The authority in my voice surprised even me. I've reviewed the acquisition plan in detail, and it's not an investment. It's a dismantling. You're not planning to grow Archer. You're planning to strip it for parts and discard the rest. The room went deadly silent. The Archer team exchanged glances. That's enough, my father said, his voice dangerously quiet. No, it's not. I turned to the Archer team. They're using shell companies to move money offshore. Once they acquire you, they'll liquidate your assets immediately. It's all happening tomorrow. They have a private jet ready to take them to the Caymans. Angela stood abruptly. This is ridiculous. Tessa clearly doesn't understand business strategy. I understand perfectly, I countered, pulling out my phone. In fact, I have the emails where you and Dad discuss using my account as a clean origin for funds, where you plan the liquidation of Archer's assets, where you discuss the offshore transfers. My father's face went white. Where did you get those? From your secure server. I met his gaze steadily. The same server where you keep records of all your other acquisitions, all your other victims. You had no right. He hissed. Neither did you when you stole from me. The Archer team was on their feet now, gathering their materials. I think we're done here, Danny said. Sit down, my father ordered. This meeting isn't over. Yes, it is. I stepped between them and my father. And so is this entire operation. Angela grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin. Do you have any idea what you've done? She whispered furiously. I pulled free. Exactly what you taught me to do. Take what I want and destroy anyone who gets in my way. My father stood, his rage barely contained. Security will escort you out of the building, now. That won't be necessary. Khalil stepped forward. Ms. Winters isn't the one who needs to leave. The conference room door opened. 2 men in suits entered, not company security. Maximus Winters? One of them asked, though it clearly wasn't a question. We're with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. We need you and Angela Winters to come with us. My father's face contorted with fury as he looked from the agents to me. You did this. No, I said quietly. You did this. I just stopped looking the other way. As the agents led my father and sister out, Angela turned back to me. You're still our family, she said, her voice breaking slightly. How could you do this to your own family? For a moment, just a moment, doubt crept in. These were the people who had raised me, shaped me, defined my world for 28 years. Was I really capable of bringing them down? Then I remembered my empty bank account, the dismissal in my father's eyes, the casual cruelty that had been our family's currency for as long as I could remember. Family doesn't steal from family, I said simply. Family doesn't use family as a pawn in their criminal schemes. As they disappeared down the hallway, the Archer team approached me. Thank you, Danny said. But why? Why risk everything to warn us? I thought about all the reasons: justice, revenge, self-preservation. But in that moment, only one answer felt true. Because someone should. My phone buzzed with a message from Louis. It's done. All evidence sent to authorities. Get out now. I looked around the conference room one last time, at the empire my father had built through manipulation and deceit, at the life I'd been trying to earn a place in for as long as I could remember. And I walked away. The lobby of Winters Enterprises buzzed with confusion. Employees whispered in clusters as federal agents moved through the building. I kept my head down, aiming for the exit before anyone connected me to the chaos. Tessa, wait. I turned to see Michaela rushing toward me, her face flushed with panic. What's happening? They're saying Dad and Angela were just arrested. Her eyes searched mine, desperate for reassurance. Tell me this is a mistake. The sister who had always followed Angela's lead, who had texted me about my investment with such casual cruelty, now looked like a lost child. For a moment, I almost softened. It's not a mistake, Michaela. They've been laundering money, using shell companies, using me. Her face crumpled. But They wouldn't do that. They did, and they used my account to do it. Understanding dawned in her eyes, followed quickly by anger. So this is revenge? You're destroying our family because they borrowed money from you? They stole from me, I corrected. And no, this isn't about revenge. It's about stopping them before they hurt more people. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. You don't understand. Dad was just trying to secure our future. Angela told me everything. The business was in trouble. They needed cash flow. The business was fine, I interrupted. They were hiding money offshore, stealing from people like me, like the Archer team upstairs. I don't believe you. I pulled out my phone and showed her one of the emails Lewis had recovered. Her face paled as she read it. There are hundreds more like this, I said quietly. They've been doing it for years. Michaela looked up, her expression shifting from denial to a dawning horror. Did Mom know? The question hit me like a physical blow. In all our investigating, we'd found no evidence linking our mother to the financial crimes. But she'd been married to my father for 30 years. How could she not know? I don't know, I admitted. Michaela's phone rang, our mother's ringtone. She stared at it, then at me, suddenly uncertain. Answer it, I said. She put the phone on speaker. Mom? Michaela, thank God. Where are you? Our mother's voice was tight with tension. At Dad's office, with Tessa. A sharp intake of breath. Put your sister on. I took the phone. Hello, Mother. What have you done? The coldness in her voice was familiar, but the fear beneath it was new. What no one else would, I replied. Stop them. You've destroyed this family. They destroyed it when they decided to steal from me, when they decided breaking the law was acceptable. They were protecting us, she hissed. All of us. Do you think your father's business was built on playing nice? On following every petty rule? This world eats people who play by the rules, Tessa. And there it was. The truth I'd always suspected but never wanted to believe. She'd known, all along. Where are you now? I asked. A pause. Why? Because federal agents are probably looking for you too. I'm at the airstrip, she said after a moment. Your father's jet. We were supposed to take a trip. To the Caymans. One-way tickets. They're not coming, Mother. Another pause, longer this time. I know. The line went dead. I handed the phone back to Michaela, who stared at me with new eyes. She knew, Michaela whispered. All this time. Yes. What happens now? I looked around the lobby at the company my father had built through deception and intimidation. Now we tell the truth. All of it. We spent the next hours with federal agents, Michaela and I, sitting side by side, unraveling the web our family had woven. With each revelation, I watched my sister's world collapse and rebuild itself, just as mine had days earlier. When we finally emerged from the building, the sun was setting, painting the glass towers in gold and shadow. Louis waited by his car, relief washing over his face when he saw me. You okay? He asked. Getting there, I said. My phone buzzed with a text from Khalil. Your mother's gone. Private charter. Left before agents arrived. I showed Michaela the message. She nodded slowly, unsurprised. She always had her own escape plan. What will you do now? I asked her. She looked at me. Really looked at me. Perhaps for the first time. I don't know. Everything I thought I knew about our family was a lie. Not everything, I said, taking her hand. Just the parts they wanted us to see. As we drove away from Winter's Enterprises, Louis updated us on what he'd learned. The authorities had frozen all company assets. My father and Angela would face multiple federal charges. The evidence was overwhelming. What about my money? I asked. Most of it's gone, Louis admitted. Moved through too many channels to recover easily. But they found about $12,000 in one of the holding accounts. It's being released back to you. A quarter of what I'd lost. Not enough to rebuild my life as it was, but enough to start something new. The Archer team wants to meet with you, Louis added. Danny called while you were inside. Said they have a proposition. I thought about Danny's calloused fingertips. About people who built things with their hands and hearts, not just spreadsheets and schemes. We dropped Michaela at her apartment. Before she got out, she turned to me. I'm sorry, Tessa, for not seeing it, for not believing you. We see what we want to see, I said, especially with family. Are we still that? Family? I thought about all we'd lost, all that had been revealed. We're something new now, something true, she nodded, understanding. I'll call you tomorrow. As we pulled away, Louis glanced at me. Where to now? I looked out at the city, at all its possibilities. For the first time in my life, there was no path laid out for me. No expectations to fulfill or disappoint. Just open space and my own choices. My studio, I decided. I have a painting to finish. He smiled. The commission? No. I thought about the canvas I'd been working on when my world collapsed. Crimson for passion, black for void, white for beginnings. Something new, something honest. As we drove through the darkening city, I felt the weight of my family's legacy lifting. They had taught me that power came from controlling others, from taking what you wanted regardless of cost. They were wrong. Real power, I realized, wasn't in what you could take from others. It was in what you chose to create for yourself.
The letter trembled in my hands, its pristine white envelope mocking the chaos it was about to unleash. 5 years of carefully constructed peace threatened to crumble at the sight of that familiar, looping handwriting. Emma's handwriting. My name is Heidi, and until 5 years ago, I thought I knew exactly who I was. A successful corporate lawyer, a loving wife, and most importantly, a loyal twin sister. Now, I'm still a lawyer, but the other parts of my identity were shattered by a single act of betrayal. You don't have to open it, Serenity said, placing a steaming mug of chamomile tea on my desk. My mentor's presence was as comforting as always, her silver-streaked hair catching the afternoon light filtering through my office windows. I do, though. I turn the envelope over. If I don't, it'll haunt me. Like everything else hasn't? Serenity perched on the edge of my desk, her eyes soft with understanding. You've come so far, Heidi. Look at what you've built. She was right. The wall behind me was covered in thank you cards from women I'd helped, wives betrayed by unfaithful husbands, sisters deceived by siblings, daughters abandoned by mothers. Each card represented a small victory, a step toward healing for someone else, even as I struggled with my own wounds. Did I tell you about yesterday's client? I asked, desperately trying to delay the inevitable. She reminded me so much of myself from 5 years ago, lost, confused, angry. Stop deflecting, Serenity chided gently. Open the letter. With trembling fingers, I tore open the envelope. The paper inside was expensive, thick, the kind used for formal invitations. My stomach lurched as I unfolded it. She's getting married, I whispered, the words burning my throat, to some guy named Terrence. And she wants me there, as her maid of honor. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. Because we're sisters, twins, because blood is thicker than water. Her words, not mine. Serenity took the invitation from my shaking hands. What are you thinking? I'm thinking about Bradley, I admitted. About how she seduced my husband, then convinced him I was the one having an affair. About how she watched me lose everything. My marriage, my reputation, my trust in people, and said nothing. My phone buzzed. A text from Miguel, my colleague. Court prep in 15, you ready? I should go, I said, standing up. The Stevens case won't win itself. Serenity caught my arm. Heidi, you've spent 5 years helping other women find justice. Maybe it's time you found yours. By attending my sister's wedding? I scoffed. What kind of justice is that? The kind that shows you're stronger than her betrayal. The kind that proves you've rebuilt yourself into something better than what she tried to destroy. My phone buzzed again. Miguel. Brought coffee. The good kind. Despite everything, I smiled. Miguel had been a constant source of support since I joined the firm. his quiet strength helping me through countless difficult cases. Sometimes I caught him looking at me with something more than friendly concern, but I wasn't ready. Not yet. I have to go, I said, gathering my files. Court waits for no one. Think about what I said, Serenity called after me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying someone else. It's about showing them they failed to destroy you. In the elevator, I caught my reflection in the polished doors. At 33, I looked different from the woman I was 5 years ago. Stronger, sharper, more defined. Emma and I might share the same face, but time and pain had carved unique lines into mine. Miguel was waiting by the conference room, 2 coffee cups in hand. You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost. Something like that, I replied, accepting the coffee. My sister's getting married. His eyebrows shot up. The sister? The one who... Yes, that sister. He studied my face carefully. What are you going to do? The invitation burned in my bag like a hot coal. 5 years of helping other women find justice, and here was my chance to face my own demons. But at what cost? I don't know, I answered honestly. But right now, we have a case to win. As we walked into the conference room, I felt the weight of Emma's invitation like a stone in my stomach. Serenity's words echoed in my mind. Sometimes the best revenge isn't about destroying someone else. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was time to show Emma exactly who I'd become in the wake of her betrayal. Maybe it was time to stop running from the past and face it head on. But first, I had a court case to win. One battle at a time. The cafe buzzed with mid-morning energy, but I barely noticed the clinking cups and murmured conversations. My attention was fixed on the door, waiting for the familiar face that was both mine and not mine. You came, Emma said, sliding into the seat across from me. She looked exactly like me, yet completely different, her hair longer, styled in loose waves, her outfit more expensive than my practical suit. I almost didn't, I replied, wrapping my hands around my untouched coffee. Why now, Emma? 5 years of silence and suddenly you want to talk? She fidgeted with her engagement ring, a massive diamond that caught the sunlight. I'm getting married. So I heard. Congratulations. The words tasted like ash in my mouth. Heidi, please. Emma leaned forward, her eyes, our mother's eyes, pleading. I know I hurt you. I know what I did was unforgivable. Do you? I cut her off. Do you really know what it felt like? Coming home to find Bradley's clothes gone? Having him tell everyone I was the one who cheated? Watching my own twin sister pretend she knew nothing about it? A waitress approached our table, then quickly retreated, sensing the tension. I was scared, Emma whispered. I was jealous. You had everything, the perfect marriage, the successful career, Mom's approval. I laughed, harsh and bitter. And now you have Bradley. How's that working out for you? Emma flinched. We're not together anymore. Haven't been for years. That stopped me cold. What? He left. 6 months after everything. Said he couldn't trust someone who'd helped destroy their own sister. She smiled sadly. Karma, I guess. My phone vibrated. Miguel. Court prep done. Want to grab lunch? I ignored it, focusing on Emma. Why are you telling me this now? Because I'm getting married to an amazing man who deserves the truth. Because I miss my sister. Because I'm tired of carrying this guilt. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Because I want you to be my maid of honor. Are you insane? I pushed my chair back, the legs scraping against the floor. You want me to stand beside you and celebrate your happiness after what you did? I want a chance to make things right. Emma's voice rose, drawing attention from nearby tables. Terrence doesn't know about any of this. He thinks we just drifted apart because of our careers. He wants to meet his future sister-in-law. So this is about keeping your lies intact, I said flatly. Protecting your perfect image. No, it's about... My phone buzzed again. This time it was Serenity. Remember what we talked about. Sometimes facing our demons sets us free. Emma was still talking, her words tumbling out in a desperate stream. Mom's been asking about you. She misses you at family dinners, and I know you miss her too. Please, Heidi, just think about it. I stood up, gathering my bag. You want to know what I think, Emma? I think you're scared. Scared that your perfect new life will crumble if Terrence finds out who you really are. Scared that karma isn't done with you yet. That's not fair, she protested. Fair? I leaned across the table, lowering my voice. Was it fair when you watched me lose everything? When you let me think I was crazy for suspecting Bradley? When you stood by and said nothing while our entire family turned against me? Emma's face crumpled. I'm sorry. I know it's not enough, but I am so sorry. Looking at her tear-stained face, I felt a familiar ache in my chest. Despite everything, she was still my twin. Still the person who'd shared my birthday cakes, my childhood secrets, my dreams. I'll think about it, I said finally. That's all I can promise. Hope flickered in her eyes. Really? Don't push it. I turned to leave, then paused. Does Mom really miss me? Every day. Emma wiped her eyes. She keeps your favorite coffee mug right next to hers. Refuses to let anyone else use it. Something inside me cracked a little. I nodded once, not trusting myself to speak, and walked out of the cafe. Outside, the spring air was crisp and clean. I checked my phone. 3 missed calls from Miguel, 2 texts from Serenity. My fingers hovered over Miguel's number, tempted to call him, to hear his steady voice tell me everything would be okay. Instead, I texted Emma, "Send me the wedding details. I'm not promising anything, but I'll think about it." Her response was immediate. "Thank you. I know I don't deserve it." "No," I typed back. "You don't." As I walked back to my office, I thought about Bradley, about karma, about the strange twists life takes. Maybe Serenity was right. Maybe facing my demons wasn't about revenge at all. Maybe it was about proving that they hadn't won. Mom's house looked exactly the same. White shutters, red door, rose bushes lining the walkway. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel, watching people arrive for the family dinner Emma had orchestrated. My phone lit up. "Miguel, you've got this. Call if you need backup." Taking a deep breath, I grabbed the bottle of wine I'd brought and walked up the familiar path. Before I could knock, the door swung open. "Heidi!" Mom pulled me into a fierce hug, her familiar lavender perfume wrapping around me. "Oh, sweetheart, I've missed you so much." "Hi, Mom," I managed, fighting back tears. Over her shoulder, I saw my coffee mug on the kitchen counter, exactly where Emma said it would be. Come in, come in." She ushered me inside. "Emma and Terrence are already here, and your Aunt Linda just arrived." The house was full of familiar faces, some who'd believed Bradley's lies, others who'd tried to stay neutral. They all turned to stare as I entered the living room. Emma stood by the fireplace with a tall, well-dressed man. Terrence, I assumed. She wore an anxious smile, her hand clutching his arm. "Heidi," Terrence stepped forward, beaming. "Finally, I've heard so much about you." "Have you?" I couldn't help the edge in my voice. Emma flinched. Mom jumped in, taking the wine bottle from my hands. "Let's open this, shall we? Dinner's almost ready." The evening progressed like a carefully choreographed dance. Aunt Linda talked about her garden. Uncle Pete discussed politics. Everyone avoided mentioning Bradley or the past 5 years. During dinner, I watched Emma and Terrence interact. He seemed genuine, attentive, everything Bradley hadn't been. She looked at him with real love, but there was fear in her eyes whenever she glanced my way. "So, Heidi," Terrence said during dessert, "Emma tells me you're a corporate lawyer. That must be fascinating." "Actually, I specialize in family law now." I met Emma's gaze across the table. "I help people who've been betrayed by those closest to them." The table went quiet. Mom's fork clattered against her plate. That's wonderful," Terrence said, clearly sensing the tension but not understanding it. "Making a difference in people's lives." Emma stood abruptly. "Heidi, could you help me with the coffee?" In the kitchen, she rounded on me. "Please don't do this." "Do what? Tell the truth?" "He doesn't need to know." "What you did." I grabbed the coffee pot, my hands shaking. "How you destroyed my marriage? My life?" "I'm trying to make things right," Emma's voice cracked. "I love him, Heidi. He's not Bradley. What we have is real. Built on lies. Built on who I am now." She touched my arm. I jerked away, nearly dropping the coffee pot. "I'm not that person anymore. Please just give me a chance to prove it." Mom appeared in the doorway. "Everything okay in here?" "Fine." we said in unison, an old twin habit we'd never quite lost. Back in the dining room, Terrence was showing everyone their wedding venue photos on his phone. The ceremony will be at sunset, he was saying. Emma's always wanted a sunset wedding. No, she hasn't, I said before I could stop myself. She's always wanted a morning wedding, in the garden like Mom and Dad had. Emma's face went white. Terrence looked confused. But you said... I changed my mind, Emma cut in quickly. People change, right? They certainly do, I murmured. After dessert, as people started leaving, Terrence pulled me aside. I know there's something going on between you and Emma. She won't talk about it, but I hope you'll be at the wedding. It would mean everything to her. Looking at his earnest face, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sadness. He had no idea what he was walking into. I'll think about it, I said, the same answer I'd given Emma. Mom walked me to my car, her arm linked through mine. It's been too long, sweetheart. Please don't stay away anymore. I'm sorry, Mom. It's just been hard. She squeezed my arm. I know there's more to what happened with Bradley than either of you have told me, but your sisters, twins, whatever it is, can't you try to work through it? I looked back at the house, where Emma stood in the doorway with Terrence, his arm around her waist. She'd gotten everything she wanted. A fresh start, a new love, a clean slate. Some things can't be fixed, Mom. But some things can be forgiven, she said softly, even if they can't be forgotten. I drove home in silence, my mind spinning. Emma's fear, Terrence's innocence, Mom's hope for reconciliation. It all swirled together like a storm brewing on the horizon. My phone buzzed. Emma, thank you for coming. I meant what I said. I want to make things right. I didn't respond. Instead, I called Miguel. Hey, his warm voice answered. How did it go? I need a drink, I said. Several drinks. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Miguel arrived with a bottle of tequila and a sympathetic smile. We sat on my apartment balcony, the city lights twinkling below us like fallen stars. So, he poured 2 shots. Was it as bad as you expected? Worse. I knocked back the tequila, welcoming the burn. You should have seen her, Miguel, playing the perfect bride-to-be, acting like the past never happened. And the fiancé? Completely clueless. He thinks we just grew apart because of our careers. I laughed bitterly. He actually seems like a good guy. Successful businessman, kind eyes, the whole package. Unlike Bradley, Miguel's voice was careful, measured. Bradley had kind eyes too. I reached for the bottle. Right up until he didn't. My phone buzzed. Serenity. Coming by the office tomorrow? We should talk. You know, Miguel said, taking the bottle from me. I've known you for 3 years, and this is the most you've ever talked about what happened. Because talking about it makes it real. I stared at the city below. Makes me remember how stupid I was. You weren't stupid. You were betrayed. Same thing. I stood up, needing to move. I should have seen it coming. The late nights at work, the secret phone calls, the way Emma always seemed to know exactly where Bradley was. Miguel followed me into the kitchen. Stop, you're doing that thing again. What thing? That thing where you blame yourself for other people's choices. He caught my arm, turning me to face him. Emma and Bradley chose to betray you. That's on them, not you. His hand was warm on my skin, his face close enough that I could see the concern in his dark eyes. For a moment, I let myself imagine leaning in, letting go of the past, starting something new. My phone buzzed again. Emma, can we meet tomorrow? There's something I need to tell you. The moment shattered. I stepped back, creating distance between Miguel and me. I should get some sleep, I said. Early court tomorrow. Heidi. Miguel ran a hand through his hair, frustration evident in his gesture. You can't keep running forever. I'm not running. I'm surviving. The next morning, I met Serenity in her office. She listened as I recounted the family dinner, her expression growing more concerned with each detail. So, what are you going to do? She asked when I finished. Emma wants to meet again, says she has something to tell me. And I agreed. God knows why. I collapsed into her leather chair. What's wrong with me, Serenity? Nothing's wrong with you. She perched on her desk. You're finally facing your past instead of running from it. That's progress. It doesn't feel like progress. It feels like picking at a scab. Sometimes wounds need air to heal properly. My phone lit up. Emma, coffee shop in an hour? Go, Serenity urged. Whatever she has to say, you're strong enough to hear it. The coffee shop was quieter this time. Emma sat at a corner table, her designer outfit a sharp contrast to her troubled expression. Thanks for coming, she said as I sat down. Make it quick. I have court at 11. I told Terrence some of it. The words tumbled out. Not everything, but I told him I'd done something terrible to you, something unforgivable. I felt the blood drain from my face. What exactly did you tell him? That I betrayed you, that it involved Bradley. I didn't give details, but she twisted her engagement ring. He wants to postpone the wedding. Good. The word came out sharper than I intended. At least he has some sense. Please, Emma's voice cracked. I can't lose him too. Not like this. Like what? Because of your own actions? Your own choices? I leaned forward. Welcome to consequences, Emma. They're not fun, are they? I know I deserve this, she whispered, but Terrence doesn't. He's a good man. Then he deserves the truth. Will you... She hesitated. Will you tell him? The question hung between us like a loaded gun. I could destroy her relationship with a few simple words, just as she had destroyed mine. No, I said finally. That's your job, your truth to tell. Relief flooded her face, followed quickly by fear. What if he leaves? Then he leaves. I stood up, gathering my things. But at least you'll know you finally did the right thing. As I walked to the courthouse, my phone buzzed with a message from Miguel. Lunch later, I make a mean hangover cure. Despite everything, I smiled. Maybe Serenity was right. Maybe facing the past wasn't about picking at scabs. Maybe it was about making room for something new to grow. I texted back, only if you promise not to lecture me about running from my problems. His response was immediate. No promises, but I'll bring chocolate. 3 days before the wedding, Terrence showed up at my office unannounced. He stood in my doorway, looking lost in his expensive suit. Can we talk? He asked. I gestured to the chair across from my desk. I assume Emma told you everything? Some. He sat down heavily. Not all. I need to hear your side. Miguel appeared with case files, saw Terrence, and quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. My side? I leaned back in my chair. Are you sure you want to hear it? Please. His voice was rough. I love her, Heidi, but I need to know what I'm walking into. I studied him for a moment, seeing the pain in his eyes, the same pain I'd seen in my own reflection 5 years ago. Bradley was my husband, I began. We were happy, or I thought we were. Emma was always around, always supportive. Until she wasn't. She said there was an affair. There was. I kept my voice steady. But not mine. They were sleeping together for months. Then they decided to cover their tracks by making everyone believe I was the cheater. Terrence's face went pale. How? They were clever. Emma would tell Bradley where I was going, what I was doing. He'd show up at the same places, make it look like we were meeting secretly. Then he'd tell everyone he'd caught me having an affair. And Emma played the supportive sister perfectly, consoled him, consoled me, all while knowing the truth. My hands clenched under the desk. By the time I figured it out, it was too late. Everyone believed them. Terrence stood abruptly, pacing the office. Why are you telling me this now? Because you asked. Because you deserve to know who you're marrying. She says she's changed. Maybe she has. I shrugged. Or maybe she's just gotten better at hiding who she really is. He stopped pacing, staring out my office window. The wedding's in 3 days. I know. Are you coming? The question I'd been avoiding for weeks. The invitation sat in my desk drawer, untouched since Emma had given it to me. I haven't decided. He turned to face me. If you do come, will you tell everyone? Would you blame me if I did? No. He ran a hand over his face. God help me, but no. My phone buzzed. Emma. Did Terrence come to see you? I ignored it. What are you going to do? I don't know. He moved toward the door, then paused. Thank you for telling me the truth. After he left, Miguel slipped into my office. Everything okay? No. I pulled out the wedding invitation. Nothing's okay. He perched on the edge of my desk. Want to talk about it? Want to get drunk instead? Heidi. His hand covered mine. You can't keep drowning this in tequila. Watch me. No. He squeezed my hand. I won't. Because you're better than this. Because you deserve better than this. I looked at our joined hands, feeling the warmth of his skin against mine. What if I'm not? What if this is all I get? Then you're not looking hard enough. He tilted my chin up, forcing me to meet his eyes. There's more to life than revenge. More to you than what they did. My phone buzzed again. Emma. Please, whatever you told him, please help me fix this. She wants me to fix it, I said, showing Miguel the message. After everything, she wants me to help her. What do you want? The question hit me like a physical blow. What did I want? Revenge? Justice? Peace? My voice cracked. I want to stop feeling like this. Like I'm still that person they destroyed. Miguel's thumb brushed across my cheek, wiping away tears I hadn't realized were falling. Then don't be. Be the person who survived, who rebuilt, who's strong enough to face them. By going to the wedding? By doing whatever feels right to you, not what hurts the most. I looked at the invitation again, thinking about Terrence's face when he heard the truth, about Emma's desperate texts, about the weight I'd carried for 5 years. Will you come with me? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Miguel's eyes widened. To the wedding? As my date, my backup, I gestured vaguely. Whatever. A slow smile spread across his face. Whatever? Don't push it. Wouldn't dream of it. He stood up, still holding my hand. But first, lunch. Real food, no tequila. I let him pull me to my feet, feeling something shift inside me. Maybe it wasn't about revenge anymore. Maybe it was about proving I could walk into that wedding as someone new, someone stronger, someone who had survived. I texted Emma back. I'll be there. But not to fix anything. Some things need to stay broken. Her response was immediate. Thank you, I understand. But she didn't. Not yet. She would. The wedding venue was exactly as pretentious as I expected. A restored mansion with manicured gardens and a view of the city skyline. Miguel whistled low as we pulled up in his car. Your sister doesn't do anything small, does she? Never has. I smoothed my dark blue dress, a deliberate choice not to wear the pale pink Emma had suggested for family. Ready? Are you? Before I could answer, Mom appeared at the entrance. Heidi, thank goodness you're here. Emma's asking for you. Miguel squeezed my hand. Go, I'll find our seats. The bridal suite was chaos. Flowers, makeup artists, photographers, and in the middle of it all, Emma in her wedding gown, looking like she might throw up. Everyone out, she said when she saw me. Please, I need to talk to my sister. The room cleared quickly, leaving us alone with our reflections in the full-length mirror. 2 identical faces, one crowned in white. Terrence almost called it off, Emma said, her voice shaking, after he talked to you. But he didn't. No. She turned to face me. He said he needed time to think. Then he came back and said everyone deserves a second chance. Lucky you. Heidi, please. She reached for my hand. I stepped back. I told him everything, every detail. About Bradley, about the lies, about how I destroyed your life because I was jealous and stupid and... Stop. My voice cut through her rambling. This isn't about you feeling better about what you did. Then what is it about? It's about consequences, Emma, real ones, not just saying sorry and expecting everything to be fixed. A knock at the door interrupted us. Mom poked her head in. 10 minutes, girls. Emma, the photographer, wants some final shots. I'll be right there. Emma turned back to me. Will you stand with me during the ceremony? No. I moved toward the door. I'm here because you asked, because Mom hoped. That's all. In the hallway, I nearly collided with someone coming around the corner. My heart stopped. Bradley. He looked older, grayer, but still handsome in his suit. Heidi. I didn't know you'd be here. Clearly. I tried to step around him. He blocked my path. Can we talk? Please? I've wanted to tell you, get out of my way. My voice was ice. Or I'll scream, and everyone will come running to see what the problem is, including your new girlfriend in the third row. He paled but stepped aside. I hurried down the hall, my heels clicking on the marble floor, and nearly ran into Miguel. Hey, whoa. He caught my shoulders. What's wrong? Bradley's here. The words came out in a rush. He's here, Miguel. Why is he here? Want me to throw him out? I can throw him out. Despite everything, I laughed. My hero. Always. He straightened my necklace, his fingers lingering on my collarbone. What do you need? Just stay close? I can do that. The ceremony started on schedule. I sat between Miguel and Mom, watching Emma float down the aisle on our father's arm. Terrence stood at the altar, looking both nervous and determined. Dearly beloved, the officiant began. I felt Bradley's eyes on me from somewhere behind us. Miguel's hand found mine, warm and steady. If anyone knows any reason why these two should not be joined in marriage, my heart pounded. This was my chance. I could stand up right now, tell everyone the truth about Emma, about Bradley, about all of it. Miguel's thumb stroked my palm, grounding me. The moment passed. The ceremony continued. I do, Emma said, her voice clear and strong. I do, Terrence replied, looking at her like she hung the moon. Mom dabbed at her eyes beside me. Both my girls should have had this, she whispered. I did have this, I whispered back. Emma made sure it didn't last. The newlyweds turned to face their guests. Emma's eyes found mine in the crowd, pleading, hopeful. Ready for the reception? Miguel asked as people began filing out. No, I stood up, straightening my spine. But I'm going anyway. That's my girl. I caught his slight blush at the words, the way his eyes lingered on my face. Something warm unfurled in my chest, something that felt dangerously like hope. Miguel? I turned to face him fully. Thank you. For being here. For being you. Always, he said again, softer this time. Behind us, Emma and Terrence were taking photos. Bradley was somewhere in the crowd. Mom was watching me with worried eyes. But for just a moment, none of that mattered. For just a moment, there was only Miguel's smile, the warmth of his hand in mine, and the possibility of something new. Then Emma's voice cut through the crowd. Family photos. And reality crashed back in. The storm was coming. I could feel it building. But this time I wasn't alone. The reception was in full swing when Emma clinked her glass for the toasts. My stomach churned as the best man finished his speech and the microphone was passed around. Heidi, Emma's voice carried across the room, would you like to say something about your sister? The room went quiet. 200 pairs of eyes turned to me. Miguel's hand found my knee under the table. You don't have to, he whispered. But I was already standing, taking the microphone. 5 years of pain, of therapy, of rebuilding myself. It all led to this moment. My sister and I began, my voice steady, are identical twins. We shared everything growing up. Clothes, friends, secrets. Some people couldn't tell us apart, but Bradley could. Couldn't you, Bradley? Heads turned toward him. He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Heidi, Emma's warning tone carried across the silent room. No, let me finish. I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You see, Bradley was my husband, and Emma was my sister, and they shared something too, an affair that destroyed my marriage and my trust in both of them. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Terrence stood up, his face tight with concern. But this isn't about them, I continued. This is about what happens after betrayal, about who you become when the people closest to you tear your world apart. Emma was crying now, silent tears tracking through her perfect makeup. Mom had her hand pressed to her mouth. I became someone stronger, someone who helps others through their darkest moments, someone who learned that survival isn't about revenge. It's about rising above the pain. I turned to face Terrence. You asked me for the truth, and I gave it to you. You chose to stay, to believe in second chances. That makes you a better person than I was able to be. Heidi, please. Emma stood up, reaching for me. I'm not finished. My voice cracked slightly. Because this isn't just about the past. It's about now, about choices, about forgiveness. The room was so quiet you could hear the ice clinking in glasses. Emma, you asked me to be here today, to stand with you. I couldn't do that, not because I hate you, but because I needed to stand on my own, to show you, to show everyone, that what you did didn't break me. It transformed me. I looked at Bradley, meeting his eyes for the first time in years. You thought you were destroying me. Both of you did. But you gave me something instead. The strength to rebuild myself into someone who wouldn't let your choices define her life. Miguel was watching me with pride shining in his eyes. Mom was crying openly now. So here's my toast to the happy couple. I raised my glass. May your marriage be built on truth, not lies. On trust, not betrayal. And may you both remember that sometimes the greatest act of love isn't protecting someone from consequences. It's letting them face them and grow. The silence that followed was deafening. Then, from somewhere in the back, someone started clapping. Others joined in, a slow build of applause that felt more like recognition than celebration. Emma rushed toward me, mascara streaking her cheeks. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed. "I'm so sorry." And for the first time in 5 years, I let her hug me. Not because I'd forgiven her, but because I was finally strong enough to show her that her actions hadn't destroyed me. Terrence appeared beside us, his face solemn. "Thank you," he said quietly, "for telling the truth. All of it." Bradley tried to approach, but Miguel stepped between us, his presence a silent wall of protection. "I think you've done enough," Miguel said, his voice low but firm. Mom reached us next, pulling both Emma and me into her arms like we were children again. "My girls," she whispered, "my beautiful, complicated girls." The reception continued around us, but something had shifted. The perfect facade was cracked, but maybe that's where the light gets in. Later, as Miguel and I danced slowly under the twinkling lights, he pulled me closer. "You okay?" he asked softly. "Better than okay." I rested my head on his shoulder. "I feel free." "You were amazing up there." I had good backup. He chuckled, the sound rumbling through his chest. "Always." Across the room, Emma and Terrence were dancing too, their heads bent together in serious conversation. Bradley had left. Someone said he'd slipped out right after my speech. "Want to get out of here?" Miguel asked. "God, yes." As we left, Emma caught my eye and mouthed, "Thank you." Not for keeping her secret, but for telling the truth in a way that gave her a chance to be better. I nodded once, then let Miguel lead me out into the night, where the stars were bright and the future was finally, beautifully, my own to write. Miguel's car pulled up to the beach just as the sun was rising. We'd driven all night, leaving the wedding and its aftermath behind us, stopping only for coffee and gas. "This is where you wanted to come?" He looked at me curiously. "This is where I came after Bradley left." I stepped out of the car, letting the salt air fill my lungs. I sat here for hours, watching the waves, thinking my life was over. Miguel followed me onto the sand, our formal clothes completely out of place. And now? Now I know it was just beginning. I slipped off my heels, letting my feet sink into the cool sand. I got 3 texts from Emma during the drive. What did she say? I pulled out my phone. First one, "I understand now." Second, "Terrence and I talked all night." Third, "When you're ready, I'd like to try again, as sisters, for real this time." Are you ready? No. I walked toward the water's edge, but I'm not angry anymore either. My phone buzzed again. "Mom, both my daughters are stronger than I ever knew. I love you." "She's right, you know," Miguel said, coming to stand beside me. "What you did last night, that took incredible strength." It wasn't strength, it was just truth. Same thing sometimes. The waves crashed against the shore, a rhythm as old as time. My dress was getting sandy, and my carefully styled hair was coming loose in the ocean breeze. "I keep thinking about Bradley's face when I was speaking," I said. He looked small, like he finally realized what he'd thrown away. His loss. Miguel's hand found mine. My gain. I turned to face him. really looking at him for the first time since we'd left the wedding. His tie was loose, his jacket discarded in the car, and his eyes held something that made my heart skip. "Miguel, I've been waiting," he said softly. "For 2 years, I've been waiting for you to be ready, to see me as more than just your friend, your backup. I see you." The words came out barely above a whisper. "I've always seen you. I was just scared." And now, instead of answering, I kissed him. He tasted like coffee and possibility, his arms wrapping around me as the sun painted the sky in pinks and golds. My phone buzzed again. Serenity. "How are you holding up?" I texted back one-handed, not leaving Miguel's embrace. "Found my strength, and something more." "Something more?" Miguel read over my shoulder, grinning. "Don't let it go to your head." Too late. A final text came through. "Emma, I filed for a marriage annulment this morning. Terrence agreed. We're going to start over, do things right this time. I owe you that much." I showed Miguel the message. Karma really does come full circle, doesn't it? "It's not karma," he said, brushing sand from my cheek. "It's growth, for both of you." The sun was fully up now, turning the ocean into a sheet of diamonds. I thought about Emma and Terrence, choosing truth over convenience. About Mom, loving us through our mistakes. About Bradley, walking away again, but this time from his own choices. "Take me home?" I asked Miguel. "Your place or mine?" "Surprise me." As we walked back to the car, I sent one final text to Emma. "Starting over takes courage. I'm proud of you." Her response was immediate. "I'm proud of you too. For everything." Miguel started the car, and I kicked off my sandy shoes, propping my feet on the dashboard. The morning stretched ahead of us, full of promise and new beginnings. "You know," Miguel said as we pulled away from the beach, "most people don't end up finding themselves at their twin sister's wedding. Most people don't have my life." "True." He glanced at me, smiling. "Want to get breakfast? I know this great little place. As long as they serve mimosas." "It's that kind of morning, huh?" "It's that kind of life." I reached for his hand, but I wouldn't have it any other way. The road stretched ahead of us, leading away from the past and toward something new, something real, something that felt like healing and hope and home all at once. And for the first time in 5 years, I was completely, utterly at peace with where I was going. Not because of revenge or justice or even forgiveness, but because I'd finally learned that the best revenge isn't about destroying someone else's happiness. It's about building your own. And with Miguel's hand in mine and the morning sun warming my face, that's exactly what I plan to do. One truth, one day, one moment at a time.
I stared at my reflection, adjusting my blazer for the 10th time that morning. The promotion announcement would be made in exactly 2 hours, and for once, I wouldn't be standing in anyone's shadow, especially not Louisa's. My name is Amber, and I've spent 32 years being the other daughter. The one who wasn't quite as charming, quite as beautiful, or quite as perfect as my younger sister. But today was different. Today was mine. My phone buzzed. Speaking of the devil, "Amber, I heard the big news." Louisa's voice dripped with honey, the same sweetness that had everyone wrapped around her finger since childhood. "How did you—" I started, but she cut me off. "Oh, you know me. I have my ways." She giggled. "I'm actually heading to your office today. Roger invited me to lunch. Isn't that wonderful?" My stomach twisted. Roger, my boss, had been oddly interested in my sister ever since she showed up at last year's company Christmas party. "Why are you having lunch with my boss, Louisa?" "Don't be so suspicious, silly. Can't I celebrate my big sister's success?" The memory of my 8th birthday party flashed through my mind. Louisa, then 4, somehow managing to make even that day about her by performing an impromptu dance recital that had all our relatives cooing and forgetting about my cake. "Sure," I replied, trying to keep my voice neutral. "I've got to go. Big day ahead." Of course. Mom and Dad are so excited too. Though Mom did mention she wished you'd done your hair differently for the announcement photos. "You know that straight look doesn't suit your face shape, darling." I hung up before she could continue, my hands shaking slightly. The same old Louisa, always knowing exactly where to stick the knife. My phone buzzed again. A text from Quinn, my best friend. "Ready to crush it today, boss lady?" I smiled, typing back. "Born ready. Drinks later?" Obviously, someone's got to help you celebrate properly. The drive to work was a blur of nervous energy and coffee sips. As I walked through the office doors, David from accounting caught up with me. "There's our new senior operations director," he beamed, falling into step beside me. "It's not official yet," I reminded him, but couldn't help grinning. "Please, it's been obvious for months. You practically rebuilt the entire operations system single-handedly. Roger would be insane not to promote you." The elevator dinged open and we stepped in. David pressed the button for the 4th floor. "Speaking of Roger," he lowered his voice, "heard some interesting chatter from HR. Apparently, there's been some unusual activity in the accounts lately." Before I could ask what he meant, the doors opened, and there stood Roger himself, his expensive suit perfectly pressed as always. "Amber, just the person I wanted to see." His smile seemed oddly strained. "Could you come to my office? There are some details about the announcement we need to discuss." I followed him, my heels clicking against the marble floors. Through the glass walls, I could see the office buzzing with anticipation. Someone had even brought in champagne. Roger's office was at the end of the hall, with the best view of the city. As we approached, I noticed movement inside, a familiar figure in a red dress. "Surprise!" Louisa spun around in Roger's chair, her perfect curls bouncing. "I came early. I just couldn't wait to see my sister's big moment." Roger's hand pressed against my back, guiding me inside. "Louisa was just telling me the most fascinating story about your childhood ballet recital. The one where you fell off the stage?" I felt my face burn. "That was 25 years ago." "But so memorable." Louisa stood up, smoothing her dress. "Roger and I were just discussing how important grace under pressure is in leadership roles." Something in their shared glance made my skin crawl. The champagne bottles outside suddenly seemed premature, and David's words about unusual account activity echoed in my mind. "The announcement isn't for another hour," I said carefully. "Perhaps we should—" "Oh, about that," Roger interrupted, his voice taking on an edge I'd never heard before. "There have been some changes to the plan. Why don't you sit down?" As I sank into the chair across from his desk, watching Louisa perch herself on its edge with that familiar victorious smile, I realized this wasn't going to be my day after all. But unlike all those times in childhood, this time I wasn't going to just accept standing in her shadow. This time, I was going to fight back. "Due to recent performance concerns," Roger cleared his throat, "we've decided to restructure the senior operations director position." I gripped the armrests of my chair. "Performance concerns? My last review was exemplary." "Yes, well," Roger shuffled some papers on his desk, not meeting my eyes. "Louisa has brought some issues to my attention." "Louisa," I turned to my sister. "What could you possibly know about my work performance?" She leaned forward, her perfectly manicured hand patting my knee. "Oh, sweetie, I was just looking out for you. Remember that merger proposal you worked on last month? The one you were so proud of?" My blood ran cold. I'd only mentioned that proposal to her during a family dinner. "Roger and I got talking," she continued, "and I remembered how you said you'd borrowed some ideas from your old company's confidential files. I just couldn't bear the thought of you getting in trouble later." "That's not what I said!" I stood up so quickly, my chair rolled backward. "I said I used my experience from previous projects. There's nothing confidential about that." Roger raised his hands placatingly. "Amber, please. This isn't just about the merger proposal. There are other concerns." "What other concerns?" "I've doubled our operational efficiency. I've brought in 3 major clients. You've also been rather aggressive in your management style," Louisa interjected smoothly. "Remember poor Jenny from accounting? Roger tells me she almost quit after your confrontation about those missing receipts." "Jenny was embezzling company funds. I caught her and reported it, as was my duty." "Perhaps," Roger said, "but there are ways to handle these situations with more finesse. which is why we're excited to announce that Louisa will be joining our team as a special consultant for corporate culture and communications. The room spun. She doesn't even work in this industry. I've been taking some online courses. Louisa smiled brightly. And Roger thinks my people skills will be invaluable. I bet he does, I thought, watching how close they were standing. So what happens to my promotion? I asked, already knowing the answer. We'll be creating a new position for you, Roger said. Assistant Operations Manager, reporting directly to the new Senior Director once we find the right candidate. A demotion. They were actually demoting me. My phone buzzed. Quinn asking if I wanted her to grab lunch later. The champagne bottles outside caught my eye again, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. I need some air, I muttered, heading for the door. Oh, and Amber, Louisa called after me. Mom wanted me to remind you about dinner on Sunday. She's making your favorite. Well, what she thinks is your favorite. I told her you actually prefer chicken to salmon now, but you know how she never listens to me about you. I barely made it to the bathroom before throwing up my breakfast. As I rinsed my mouth, memories flooded back. Louisa accidentally spilling wine on my graduation dress. Louisa dating my high school crush 2 days after he broke up with me. Louisa somehow always being there when things went wrong in my life. The bathroom door opened, and David slipped in, ignoring the women's room sign. I saw what happened, he said quietly. You okay? I laughed bitterly. Okay? My sister just torpedoed my career and is probably sleeping with my boss. I'm fantastic. About that. David glanced around before lowering his voice. Remember what I said about unusual account activity? I've been tracking some strange transfers. Large sums moving through shell companies, all authorized by Roger. I straightened up. What kind of transfers? The kind that get people fired or arrested. I haven't gathered enough evidence yet, but the door started to open, and David quickly ducked into a stall. Louisa walked in, her red dress a slash of color in the sterile bathroom. There you are. I was worried about you, running off like that. Sure you were. She sighed dramatically. I know you're upset, but this is really for the best. You've always pushed yourself too hard, tried to be something you're not. This way, you can focus on what you're good at, supporting others. I met her eyes in the mirror. Like I've always supported you? Exactly, she beamed, missing or ignoring my sarcasm. Now I should get back. Roger and I have lots to discuss about the new corporate culture initiatives. After she left, David emerged from the stall. I have access to the financial records, he whispered. If you want to know what they're really up to. I thought about all the times I'd taken the high road, all the times I'd let Louisa win to keep the peace. Not this time. Show me everything, I said. Late that night, David and I hunched over his laptop in an empty conference room, surrounded by spreadsheets and financial reports. See these transactions? David pointed to a series of numbers. Every month, exactly $250,000 gets transferred to this offshore account, then split into smaller amounts and distributed to these shell companies. And Roger authorizes all of these? His digital signature is on everything. But here's where it gets interesting. David pulled up another document. 3 months ago, one of these companies hired a new consultant. Look at the name. My stomach dropped. Louisa Russell Consulting, LLC. Registered just 4 months ago. She's been getting monthly payments of $50,000 for strategic advisory services. The door handle jiggled, and we froze. I quickly switched off the laptop screen as Roger's assistant walked in. Oh, sorry, I didn't know anyone was still here, she said, grabbing a forgotten coffee mug. After she left, I let out a shaky breath. We need somewhere safer to do this. My place? David suggested. I have everything backed up there anyway. An hour later, we sat in David's apartment, papers spread across his dining table. Quinn perched on the counter, nursing a glass of wine. So your sister's not just sleeping with your boss, she's helping him embezzle company money? Quinn whistled. That's low, even for Louisa. We don't know they're sleeping together, I said automatically, then caught their skeptical looks. Okay, they probably are. The question is, David said, what's the money actually for? These shell companies all seem to connect to competitors in some way. My phone buzzed, a text from Louisa. Having dinner with Roger. He has such wonderful ideas for the company's future. You'll love working with both of us. I threw my phone onto the couch. I might have a way to find out more, Quinn said slowly. My cousin works at the SEC. If there's any ongoing investigations into these companies, that could take too long, I replied. Roger's probably already working on pushing me out completely. We need something concrete and fast. David's fingers flew across his keyboard. Roger keeps his most sensitive files on an encrypted drive in his office. If we could access that. How? He never leaves his office unlocked. Quinn grinned. Doesn't he have that charity golf tournament tomorrow? The next day, I watched through the glass walls as Roger left for his tournament, Louisa on his arm in a tiny golf skirt. As soon as they disappeared, I headed to his office. Security cameras? I asked David through my earpiece. Looped. You have 20 minutes before the system resets. My hands shook as I used the master key I'd borrowed from facilities maintenance. Inside Roger's office, everything screamed wealth and power, from the leather chairs to the abstract art probably worth more than my annual salary. The drive should be in his desk drawer, David's voice crackled. It's USB, black with a red stripe. I found it exactly where he said, but as I reached for it, voices approached. Just forgot my lucky golf ball, Roger's voice carried down the hall. Hide! David hissed unnecessarily. I ducked behind the massive leather couch just as Roger and Louisa entered. Are you sure about this? Louisa's voice was uncertain for once. What if she finds something? Impossible. Everything's encrypted. Besides, your sister's always been predictable. She'll accept the demotion like she accepts everything else. I don't know. She seemed different yesterday. Trust me, sweetheart. By the time we close this deal with Global Tech, we'll both be too rich to care what Amber thinks. My heart pounded so loud, I was sure they'd hear it. Finally, after what felt like hours, they left. I waited 30 seconds, then grabbed the drive and ran. Back at David's apartment, we stared at the encrypted files. I can't crack this, David admitted after an hour. We need help. I might know someone, Quinn said. Remember Kyson? He's head of ethics and compliance now. He's basically a computer genius. Can we trust him? He's been trying to catch Roger in something shady for months. But, Quinn hesitated, if we bring him in, there's no going back. This becomes official. I thought about Roger's smugness, Louisa's constant betrayals, all the times I'd swallowed my pride and stepped aside. Make the call. As Quinn dialed, I got another text from Louisa. Had the most amazing day with Roger. He says you seemed upset yesterday. Remember what Mom always says, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. I looked at the drive in my hand, thinking of their conversation in the office. Whatever deal they were planning with Global Tech, whatever they were embezzling money for, I was going to expose it all. Time to show them just how unpredictable I could be. Kyson's office felt like a confessional booth, small, private, and thick with tension. He studied the data on his screen, occasionally muttering under his breath. This is bigger than corporate embezzlement, he finally said. Roger's been selling company secrets to Global Tech through these shell companies. Your sister's been acting as the go-between. Can you prove it? I leaned forward. Give me an hour with this drive. He cracked his knuckles. But Amber, once I start digging officially, I can't stop. Are you ready for what this could do to your sister? Before I could answer, my phone lit up with Roger's name. Where are you? His voice was sharp. We have a department meeting. On my way, I said, trying to sound normal. Bring the quarterly reports. And Amber, let's discuss your recent, unauthorized overtime hours. My blood ran cold. Had he noticed the security footage? The department meeting was excruciating. Roger sat at the head of the table, Louisa perched beside him like a queen. She'd somehow acquired a company laptop and badge already. As part of our new corporate culture initiative, Louisa announced, we'll be conducting detailed reviews of all departmental activities. starting with operations. Speaking of operations, Roger added, Amber, those overtime hours you logged last week, what exactly were you working on? Project documentation, I said smoothly, for the handover you requested. Interesting. He shared a look with Louisa. Because IT reported some unusual access attempts to secure servers during those hours. Really? I forced a confused smile. Must be a system glitch. Must be, Louisa agreed sweetly. Though you do look tired, sis. Maybe you're working too hard. Mom's always worried about your stress levels. After the meeting, David caught up with me in the break room. They know something's up, he whispered. Roger's been asking a T to audit all recent system access. We need more time. I grabbed my coffee. Kyson's still working on... Working on what? We spun around. Louisa stood in the doorway, her head tilted innocently. The quarterly reports. I recovered quickly. Kyson from Ethics needs them for compliance review. Ethics? Something flickered across Louisa's face. Why would Ethics need operational reports? Standard procedure, David jumped in. New company policy. Really? Louisa's smile didn't reach her eyes. I'll have to discuss that with Roger. We wouldn't want anyone wasting time on unnecessary reviews. After she left, David grabbed my arm. We need to warn Kyson. But when we reached his office, it was empty. His computer was dark, and the encrypted drive was gone. Looking for this? Roger's voice came from behind us. He held up the drive, Louisa at his side. Interesting choice of lunch break activity, Amber. Corporate espionage doesn't suit you. Neither does fraud, I shot back, or selling company secrets. Careful, Louisa warned. These kinds of accusations could really damage your career. And your severance package. Where's Kyson? David demanded. Called away to an urgent meeting, Roger smiled. He'll be quite busy for the next few days. Now, about your employment status. You can't fire me without cause, I said, and you can't hide what you're doing forever. Hide? Louisa laughed. Amber, sweetie, you always see conspiracies where there's just business. Remember when you thought I deliberately ruined your college interview? Sometimes things just don't go your way. The interview you showed up to drunk, making a scene about your boyfriend dumping you? That wasn't an accident, Louisa. None of this is. Roger stepped between us. I'm being generous here, Amber. Resign quietly, sign an NDA, and we'll provide excellent references. Fight this, and what? Quinn's voice rang out. She stood in the doorway, phone raised. Sorry, what were you saying about NDAs and threats? The recording's a little unclear. Roger's face darkened. This is a private conversation. Not anymore, Quinn smiled. By the way, Kyson's not at a meeting. He's with the board of directors. Turns out he made copies of everything before you grabbed that drive. Louisa's perfect composure cracked. You're bluffing. My phone buzzed. A text from Kyson. Board meeting tomorrow, 9 a.m. Bring everything you have. They want to hear it all. I held up my phone. Want to bet? For the first time in our lives, I watched Louisa's confidence crumble. Roger grabbed his phone, barking orders as he strode away. Louisa lingered, her face a mix of anger and something else. Fear. Why are you doing this? She whispered. Because, I said, it's time someone showed you what it feels like to stand in someone else's shadow. They're going to fight back hard, Kyson warned, spreading documents across my dining room table. Roger's already called his lawyers, and your sister's been reaching out to board members all afternoon. Quinn poured more wine. Let them try. We have the evidence. Evidence they'll try to discredit, David added, scrolling through his laptop. Roger's already claiming the financial records were tampered with. My phone buzzed. Mom calling for the 5th time. I declined again. Louisa called them, didn't she? Quinn guessed. Probably crying about how I'm trying to ruin her exciting new career opportunity. I rubbed my temples. She's always been good at playing the victim. Focus, Kyson interrupted. The board meeting is in 12 hours. We need to make our case bulletproof. A knock at the door made us all freeze. Through the peephole, I saw Louisa, mascara smeared. I know you're in there, she called out. Please, Amber, 5 minutes. Quinn grabbed my arm. Don't. But I was already opening the door. Louisa burst in, looking less polished than I'd ever seen her. You have to stop this. Why? Afraid of people finding out who you really are? You don't understand. She paced my living room. Roger has connections, powerful ones. If this gets out, it won't just hurt him. Should have thought of that before you helped him steal company secrets. I didn't know. She spun around. Not at first. He said he just needed someone to help smooth things over with competitors. By the time I realized what was happening. You were in too deep? Kyson asked coldly. And making too much money to care? Louisa's face crumpled. He said he loved me. Right, I laughed bitterly. Like Tommy said he loved you in high school? Right before you told him I'd been cheating on him? That was different. We were kids. And now? What's your excuse now, Louisa? She sank onto my couch. Mom and Dad will never forgive me if this goes public. That's what you're worried about? Their approval? I shook my head. You never had to worry about that. You've had it since the day you were born. That's not true. Do you know how hard it is, being the pretty one, the charming one, everyone expecting perfection all the time? David snorted. Poor you. Get out, I said quietly. You've got 12 hours to decide, Louisa. Either you come clean to the board yourself, or I'll do it for you. After she left, Kyson pulled out his phone. I recorded that whole conversation. Could be useful tomorrow. You think she'll turn on Roger? Quinn asked. No, I said. She'll do what she always does. Find a way to make herself the sympathetic character in all this. My phone buzzed again. A text from Mom. Your sister's crying her eyes out. What have you done now? Classic, Quinn muttered, reading over my shoulder. Want me to call her? Set her straight? No. I turned back to the documents. Tomorrow isn't about convincing my parents. It's about justice. We worked through the night, organizing evidence, preparing presentations. Around 3 a.m., Kyson pulled me aside. There's something you should know, he said quietly. I did some digging into Roger's connections. He's got dirt on 2 board members. They might try to shut this down before you can present everything. What kind of dirt? The kind that makes our evidence look like a parking ticket. He hesitated. Are you sure you want to go through with this? Roger's offering a pretty generous severance package. I thought about Louisa's tears, probably being performed right now for our parents. About Roger's smug confidence that I'd back down like always. What time's the meeting? 9 a.m. sharp, boardroom A. I'll be there. After everyone left, I stood at my window, watching the city lights. My phone buzzed one last time. Louisa again. I've told Roger I'm backing out. You win. Just please don't show them that recording. I'll quit, move away, whatever you want. Just don't destroy my life. For a moment, I felt a twinge of sympathy. Then I remembered every sabotaged opportunity, every orchestrated humiliation, every time she'd smiled while twisting the knife. See you tomorrow, sis, I texted back. Quinn had left a sticky note on my laptop. Remember, karma's only a bitch if you are. Make it count. I smiled, adding it to my presentation folder. Tomorrow would change everything, and for once, I wasn't going to feel guilty about standing in the spotlight. For once, Louisa would know what it felt like to be the other sister. The morning of the board meeting, I arrived early to find Roger already in the lobby, speaking intensely with 2 men in expensive suits. Amber! He broke into a practiced smile. Just the person I wanted to see. These gentlemen are from our legal department. They'd like a word. Actually, Kyson's voice rang out behind me, any conversations should include the company's ethics counsel, which would be me. The lawyers exchanged glances. One stepped forward. Ms. Russell, we have a revised severance package to discuss. Triple your current salary, Roger added smoothly, plus a glowing recommendation and full benefits for 2 years. Trying to buy my silence? I clutched my presentation folder tighter. That's not going to work. Think carefully, Roger's smile tightened. Your future in this industry, is already compromised? Quinn appeared, coffee in hand. Funny, I was just talking to my cousin at the SEC about that. Roger's face darkened. This is a private matter. Not anymore. David walked up, laptop under his arm. The board's waiting. Inside the boardroom, tension crackled. 8 board members sat around the massive table, their expressions ranging from curious to hostile. Louisa sat in a corner, wearing a conservative black dress I'd never seen before. Before we begin, one of the lawyers stood, we should discuss the confidentiality implications. Actually, Kyson interrupted, as ethics counsel, I've already filed this case with the SEC. Confidentiality isn't an option anymore. Chaos erupted. Roger's lawyers huddled together, whispering furiously. 2 board members stood up, looking ready to leave. Sit down, a sharp voice commanded. An elderly woman at the head of the table, Margaret, the board chair, rapped her knuckles on the wood. I want to hear what she has to say. I connected my laptop to the projector, hands steady despite my racing heart. The first slide appeared, a complex web of financial transactions. Over the past year, I began, Roger Fleming has orchestrated a systematic theft of company secrets and funds. Allegations without proof, one of the lawyers interjected. Really? I clicked to the next slide. These transfers to offshore accounts, all authorized by Roger, total over $3 million. Standard consulting fees, Roger said smoothly. To shell companies you own? David stepped forward, pulling up additional documents. Companies that then transferred information to global tech? The board members leaned forward, murmuring, and let's talk about your newest consultant. I turned to Louisa, who seemed to shrink in her chair. My sister, who suddenly formed an LLC just in time to receive $50,000 monthly for undefined services. I can explain. Louisa stood up, her voice trembling. Roger told me it was all legitimate. I was just trying to help facilitate business relationships by passing confidential information to our biggest competitor. Kyson projected new documents. We have emails, Louisa, very detailed ones. This is ridiculous, Roger snapped. You can't prove. Actually, Quinn stepped forward, phone in hand. We can. Remember that golf course conversation yesterday about being too rich to care once the global tech deal went through? I have it recorded. The color drained from Roger's face. And there's more, I continued, but suddenly the boardroom doors burst open. My mother stormed in, father trailing behind her. Stop this at once! How dare you try to humiliate your sister like this? Mrs. Russell, Margaret's voice cracked like a whip. This is a closed board meeting. Security! No, wait! Louisa jumped up. Mom, please just go. This is my fault. I did this, all of it. The room fell silent. What are you saying? Mom stared at her golden child. I helped Roger steal company secrets. Louisa's voice broke. I knew it was wrong, but the money. And he said he loved me. And I just wanted to win, I finished quietly, like always. Security arrived, escorting my parents out. Mom's face was a mask of shock and disappointment, an expression I'd seen countless times, but never directed at Louisa. Well, Margaret stood up. I believe we've seen enough. Roger, you and your lawyers can wait outside while we discuss next steps. Louisa, the SEC will want to speak with you. As they filed out, Louisa paused beside me. I really am sorry, she whispered, for everything. I didn't answer. 28 years of manipulations and betrayals couldn't be erased with one apology. Amber, Margaret called. Please stay. The board has another matter to discuss. Quinn squeezed my shoulder as she left with David and Kyson. Through the glass walls, I could see Roger being escorted out by security, Louisa following with SEC agents, and my parents watching in disbelief. For the first time in my life, all eyes were on me, and I wasn't in anyone's shadow. Well, Margaret leaned back in her chair. This has been quite the morning. The remaining board members murmured in agreement. Through the glass walls, I could see the chaos unfolding. Security escorting Roger out, SEC agents conferring with Kyson, my parents arguing with Louisa in the lobby. "Your investigation was thorough," one board member noted. "Perhaps too thorough. Some might say obsessive." "With respect," I straightened my spine. "When someone tries to destroy your career and steal from your company, thoroughness is a virtue." And the fact that it was your sister?" Another member raised an eyebrow. "That didn't cloud your judgment?" "That's exactly why my judgment wasn't clouded," I replied. "I know exactly who Louisa is and what she's capable of. I've had a lifetime of experience." Margaret's lips twitched. "Tell me, what would you do about global tech?" "Excuse me? They clearly have our proprietary information. How would you handle it?" I blinked, then realized this was a test. First, I'd audit everything Roger and Louisa sent them. Then, I'd approach their board directly. They're probably unaware their executives were engaging in corporate espionage. The threat of exposure would force a settlement. And internally? Full transparency with our employees, new security protocols, and, I took a deep breath, a complete restructuring of the operations department. The boardroom door opened and Quinn burst in, ignoring the protests of security. "Sorry to interrupt, but you need to see this." She held up her phone. "Roger just tried to delete the entire operations server remotely." "Tried?" Margaret asked sharply. "David caught it in time. He's locking everything down now, but that server contains all our client data," I explained to the board. "If he'd succeeded—" "He's being arrested as we speak," Quinn added. "But he's demanding to talk to you, Amber. Says he has a deal to offer." "No deals." Margaret stood up. "Amber, go with security to Roger's office. We need to know exactly what he had access to." In Roger's office, David was already working on Roger's computer while Kyson documented everything. "His personal files are corrupted," David reported, "but I found something interesting. Emails to Global Tech dating back 2 years. Louisa wasn't his first accomplice." "Who was?" "Board member James Mitchell. That's why Roger was so confident about shutting down the investigation." My phone buzzed. Louisa calling. I declined. "She's been calling nonstop," Quinn said. "The SEC agents want her to wear a wire. Get Roger to confess everything." "She won't do it," I said. "She never implicates herself." But 5 minutes later, Kyson rushed in. "Your sister just agreed to cooperate. She's meeting Roger now." We crowded around Kyson's tablet, watching the live feed from Louisa's wire. Roger sat in a holding room, his perfect suit now wrinkled. "Baby, you have to help me," he pleaded. "Tell them it was all my idea." "Like you told James Mitchell to do?" Louisa's voice was steady. "I found the emails, Roger. I know I wasn't the first. That was different." "Was it? Was I different? Or just convenient because I was Amber's sister?" Roger's face hardened. "You really want to play it this way? Remember who suggested selling to Global Tech in the first place. Your fingerprints are all over this." "Yes," Louisa agreed. "They are. That's why I'm making a deal." The door burst open, SEC agents flooding in. Roger's face contorted as he realized what had happened. "You little—" The feed cut off. "Well," Quinn whistled, "guess she finally picked the right side." My phone buzzed again. A message from Margaret. "Board meeting, now." Back in the boardroom, Margaret stood at the head of the table. "James Mitchell has resigned," she announced. "Roger and Louisa will face federal charges, which leaves us with several vacant positions to fill." She turned to me. "The board has voted. We'd like to offer you the position of Chief Operations Officer, effective immediately." I stared at her. "CUO? But—" "You uncovered corporate espionage, protected company assets, and demonstrated exceptional leadership under pressure." She smiled. "Unless you'd prefer the assistant manager position Roger suggested." Before I could respond, there was a commotion outside. Through the glass, I saw my parents arguing with security again. "Go," Margaret nodded. "Handle your family first. We'll draw up the paperwork. In the lobby, Mom looked lost. I don't understand. Louisa said, she always said. She lied, Mom. She always lies. But she's your sister. Yes, I agreed. She is. And now she's facing the consequences of her actions, just like I've faced the consequences of being her sister for 28 years. Dad touched Mom's arm. We should go home. Process this. As they left, Quinn appeared beside me. You okay? I watched my parents' retreating backs, thinking of all the times they'd believed Louisa over me. Actually, I smiled, I'm great. I have a new job to prepare for. The morning sun streamed through my new corner office windows as I reviewed the final settlement papers. Global Tech had agreed to pay triple damages, plus a public apology. Roger faced 15 years in federal prison, and Louisa had gotten a reduced sentence in exchange for her cooperation. A knock at my door made me look up. David entered, grinning. The new security protocols are live. No one's accessing our servers without triple authentication now. Good. I signed the last document. How's the new team settling in? They're actually excited about the changes. Transparency looks good on this company. My phone buzzed. A text from Quinn. Turn on the news. I grabbed the remote, switching on the office TV. Roger's face filled the screen as reporters swarmed him outside the courthouse. No comment, he snarled, trying to shield his face. The camera panned to Louisa, looking small in a plain blue suit. I made terrible mistakes, she was saying. I betrayed my company, my family, and myself. All I can do now is try to make it right. Think she means it? David asked. Before I could answer, my office door opened again. Mom stood there, looking uncertain. Security called up, I said. You can come in. She stepped inside, clutching her purse. Your father wanted to come, but he's still processing? She nodded, then noticed the TV. Oh. We watched in silence as Louisa was led away by her lawyers. I got your letter, Mom finally said. The letter I'd written, explaining everything. Not just Roger and Louisa, but 28 years of manipulation, favoritism, and hurt. And? I kept my voice neutral. I've been seeing a therapist. She twisted her wedding ring. She's helping me understand patterns, behaviors. She took a deep breath. Mistakes. Mom? No, let me finish. I failed you, Amber. I let Louisa's brightness blind me to her cruelty, to your pain. Her eyes filled with tears. I'm so sorry. The intercom buzzed. Ms. Russell, the board meeting starts in 5 minutes. I have to go. I stood up. Of course. Mom turned to leave, then stopped. Would you consider having dinner with us? Just to talk? I thought about all the family dinners where I'd been invisible. All the times my achievements had been overshadowed by Louisa's latest drama. I'll think about it. In the boardroom, Margaret was reviewing the quarterly projections when my phone lit up with a message from an unknown number. Louisa's prison email. I know you probably won't read this, it began, but I need you to know something. You weren't the only one in a shadow. I was trapped in the person everyone expected me to be. The pretty one, the charming one, the one who could do no wrong. It was exhausting, and it made me cruel. I see that now. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just want you to know that you've always been the stronger one, the better one. I'm sorry it took prison for me to admit that. Amber? Margaret's voice snapped me back. The new organizational structure? I put my phone away and stood up, presenting the changes I'd designed. As I spoke, I saw Quinn and David through the glass walls, giving me thumbs up. Beyond them, Mom still lingered in the lobby, watching with what looked like pride. One last item, Margaret said when I finished. The Ethics Board has recommended annual reviews of all departments to prevent another Roger situation. We'd like you to oversee that initiative. I smiled. Actually, I have someone in mind for that role. I gestured to David. He's the one who first noticed the suspicious transactions. He didn't look away or make excuses. He did the right thing. Excellent choice. Margaret stood up. Well, I believe that concludes our business for today. As the board filed out, Quinn bounded in. Drinks? We're celebrating your first month as COO. Actually, I glanced at the lobby where Mom waited. I have dinner plans. Family dinner? Quinn raised an eyebrow. You sure? I looked at my phone, at Louise's message. Then at Mom, who'd taken the first step toward change. At David, who'd risked his job to expose the truth. At Quinn, who'd never let me stand alone. Yes, I said. I'm sure. It's time to build something new. I gathered my things, feeling the weight of the corner office keys in my pocket, the respect in my colleagues' eyes, the strength in my own voice. For the first time in my life, I wasn't defined by being Louisa's sister. I was simply Amber, and that was more than enough. Coming? I asked Quinn and David. They fell into step beside me as I walked toward Mom, toward dinner, toward whatever came next. Not in anyone's shadow, but in my own light.
The thing about revenge is that it tastes better when served on Aunt Linda's favorite Christmas china. I would know. I'm eating my third slice of pecan pie from it right now, watching her face twist into that familiar grimace of disapproval from across the living room. My name is Sienna, and I'm what my family loves to call the disappointment. You know, the one who wastes time on the internet all day while my perfect cousin Sarah teaches 4th grade and raises 2 Instagram-worthy children. Sienna, darling, Aunt Linda's voice cuts through the holiday music, sharp as a knife. Still doing that little blogging thing of yours? I take another deliberate bite of pie. Something like that. Well, thank goodness Sarah was able to get you those freelance projects last spring, she continues, loud enough for everyone to hear. At least you're making some money now. The room grows quiet, waiting for my response. My mother Charlotte pretends to adjust the Christmas tree ornaments, while my sister Reese suddenly becomes fascinated with her phone. They've perfected the art of looking busy during these moments. Actually, Sarah chimes in, bouncing her youngest on her knee, Avery's firm might have some social media work available. Nothing major, but it could help you build a real portfolio. I catch Avery flinching slightly at the mention of his name. Interesting. That's so thoughtful of you, Sarah, Aunt Linda beams, always looking out for others. Unlike some people who can't even be bothered to bring a proper dish to Christmas dinner. I glance at my store-bought pie on the counter, then back at my aunt. The pie seemed appropriate, considering. Considering what, dear? Considering it's my house. The silence that follows is delicious. Better than the pie, even. What do you mean, your house? Sarah's perfect posture suddenly stiffens. I reach into my bag and pull out a folder. I mean, I bought this place 3 months ago when the bank was foreclosing on it. Cash offer. Aunt Linda's wine glass freezes halfway to her lips. That's impossible. This house has been in our family for 28 years, I finish for her, until the mortgage payment stopped being made. Funny how nobody mentioned that during last year's Christmas gathering. My mother finally turns from the tree. Sienna, if this is some kind of joke, the deed's right here, I say, sliding the papers across the coffee table. Along with the updated insurance policies and property tax statements, all in my name. Avery grabs the papers first, his lawyer eyes scanning quickly. His face goes pale. She's telling the truth. But how? Reese finally looks up from her phone. That little blogging thing of mine? I stand up, collecting empty plates because apparently being the owner doesn't excuse you from cleanup duty. It pays better than you'd think. The room erupts into chaos. Sarah's crying. Aunt Linda's demanding explanations. My mother's trying to mediate. But I just keep clearing dishes, humming Silent Night under my breath. You can't just... What gives you the right? Aunt Linda sputters. I pause at the kitchen doorway. Actually, I can. And starting now, there are going to be some new house rules. Rules? Sarah scoffs. Who do you think you are? Someone who's tired of being your family's punching bag. I turn to face them all. Anyone who can't show basic respect won't be invited back. Simple as that. You wouldn't dare. Aunt Linda stands shaking. This house is for family. Exactly. I smile. And family doesn't spend years mocking someone's career choices while secretly begging for their professional favours. Right, Avery? He nearly drops his whiskey glass. What is she talking about? Sarah turns to her husband, but I'm already heading upstairs to my bedroom, the master suite naturally. Let them stew in that for a while. After all, I've got a few more surprises planned for this holiday gathering. Behind me, I hear Yolanda, the ever-present family friend, whisper loudly to my mother. Did you know about any of this? No, they didn't know. They never bothered to ask. Too busy assuming I was failing to notice I was building an empire. Too occupied with Sarah's perfect life to see the cracks in her facade. Too convinced of their own superiority to realise they were dining, drinking, and sleeping in a house I now owned. I close my bedroom door and pull out my phone. One new message from Flynn, my business partner. Did you do it? Just dropped the first bomb, I text back. Wait until they find out about the envelope in the study addressed to Avery. I lay back on my bed in my house, and listen to the muffled arguments below. The best part? This is just the beginning. By New Year's, they'll wish all I'd done was buy their precious vacation home. Sometimes, revenge is a dish best served on fine china, with a side of real estate paperwork. Morning in my new mountain house brings the smell of coffee and tension. I find everyone gathered in the kitchen, speaking in hushed tones that stop abruptly when I enter. Aunt Linda's already dressed for the day, armour-like in her cashmere sweater set. Sleep well? I ask, reaching for a mug. The master suite has an amazing view. We need to discuss this situation, Aunt Linda says, gripping her own coffee cup like she might throw it. Properly? Like adults? Sure. I settle at the head of the table, my table now. Let's start with the new house rules. Sienna, my mother interrupts. Perhaps we should wait for everyone. I'm here, Sarah announces, dragging in with dark circles under her eyes. Avery trails behind her, looking like he hasn't slept at all. Perfect timing, I say. I was just about to explain how things will work going forward. You mean how you're going to blackmail us? Sarah snaps. I raise an eyebrow. Blackmail? I'm just setting boundaries. Unless there's something you're worried about me sharing. Avery suddenly develops an intense interest in his coffee. First rule, I continue. No more comments about my career choices. No more little blogging thing or playing on the internet. Second, no more volunteering me for freelance work I never asked for. Those were attempts to help you, Aunt Linda protests. Really? Like when you told the Wilsons I was desperate for work at Sarah's birthday party, or when you warned that marketing firm about my reliability issues. The colour drains from her face. How did you... I have screenshots. I pull out my phone. Would you like to see them? The timestamps are particularly interesting. Reese clears her throat. Sienna, maybe we should... Third rule, I press on. No more comparing me to Sarah. No more perfect cousin narrative. You're just jealous, Sarah bursts out. You've always been jealous of my normal, stable life. I laugh, and it sounds hollow even to me. Normal? Stable? Should we talk about what I found in the study last night? Avery's coffee cup clatters against its saucer. What did you find? My mother asks. Just an envelope? I reach into my pocket and pull it out. Addressed to Avery George from Sienna Inc. Limited, my company. Sarah turns to her husband. What is she talking about? It's nothing, Avery stammers. Just some old business correspondence. 2 rejected licensing requests, I correct him, and a cease and desist letter. Want to tell them why, or should I? The room goes still. Even Yolanda, who's been pretending to read a magazine in the corner, leans forward. Avery? Sarah's voice shakes. What did you do? He tried to steal one of my campaigns, I say when he remains silent. Twice. The second time he actually used it, just changed the colours and hoped nobody would notice. Want to guess how many zeros were in the settlement cheque his firm had to write? You're lying, Aunt Linda stands up. Sarah, she's lying. No, Avery whispers. She's not! Sarah pushes back from the table so hard her chair tips over. You told me that campaign was your idea. My school's entire fundraising strategy was based on it. I was desperate, he pleads. We were behind on the mortgage, and your mother kept pressuring us about having another baby. Behind on the mortgage? Aunt Linda interrupts. But you said... He lied, I cut in. Just like he lied about creating that campaign. Just like you all lie about how perfect everything is. My mother stands up slowly. Sienna, that's enough. No, it's not. I pull out my laptop. Want to see what my little blogging thing really looks like? My company's valuation? The brands I work with? I turn the screen around, showing them my company's homepage, the client list, the press features, the numbers. That's impossible, Aunt Linda whispers. That's what happens when you're actually good at what you do, I reply, instead of just pretending. Sarah's crying now, mascara running. Avery's trying to touch her shoulder, but she keeps jerking away. My mother's frozen in place, staring at my laptop screen. Reese is texting frantically, probably warning her friends about the impending family meltdown. I will be in my office, I announce, standing up. You know, the room where I found evidence of Avery's plagiarism. Feel free to process this however you need to. Just remember, my house, my rules. As I leave, I hear Yolanda's stage whisper. Did anyone else know she was some kind of millionaire? I smile as I climb the stairs. Let them stew in that revelation for a while. I've got a few more bombs to drop before this holiday's over. Opening the office door, I spot something new on the desk. A USB drive I definitely didn't leave there. The label reads, For Sienna, thought you should know what else they've been hiding. Well, isn't this turning out to be an interesting Christmas after all? The USB drive sits heavy in my palm as my office door creaks open. It's Reese, looking like she's about to attend a funeral rather than continue our family Christmas. Can we talk? She asks, closing the door behind her. Depends. Are you here as my sister or Sarah's spy? She winces. That's not fair. Neither was watching everyone treat me like garbage for years while you stayed silent. I pocket the USB drive. But, sure, let's talk. You need to tone this down, she says, perching on the edge of my desk. Mum's having a breakdown downstairs, Sarah's threatening legal action, and Aunt Linda is finally getting what she deserves, is calling her lawyer. Reese runs a hand through her hair. This isn't you, Sienna, all this revenge stuff. A knock interrupts us. It's Avery, looking like he aged 10 years overnight. Can I have a moment? He asks. No, Reese answers. Yes, I counter. Reese, give us the room. She leaves reluctantly, shooting me a warning look. Avery closes the door and remains standing, like a student in the principal's office. I can explain about the campaign, he starts. Save it. I have the email trail showing exactly how you stole my work. You don't understand. Sarah's job... We'll be fine, I cut him off, unless you keep lying. Then I'll have to show the school board everything. His facade cracks. Please. We have kids. Should have thought about that before committing intellectual property theft. I lean back in my chair. Twice. My phone buzzes. A text from Flynn. Your tweet about family secrets is trending. Want me to amplify? No, I text back. Not yet. What do you want? Avery asks. Money. I laugh. I have money. What I want is for everyone to stop pretending, starting with you. Meaning? Tell Sarah the truth about everything. I tap my computer screen, including the other licensing requests your firm made, the ones in March, May, September. He pales. How did you... I own the company you've been desperately trying to work with. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? A commotion downstairs interrupts us. Raised voices, something shattering. We both rush to the door. In the living room, Sarah stands amid broken china. Aunt Linda's precious Christmas plates scattered across the floor. How long have you known? She's screaming at my mother. How long have you all been lying to me? Known what? I ask, descending the stairs. About her perfect daughter's perfect marriage. Yolanda pipes up from her corner. I just showed her the photos. My stomach drops. The USB drive suddenly feels like it's burning a hole in my pocket. What photos? Avery demands. Sarah whirls on him. Don't pretend you don't know. The receipts, the hotel bookings, the other woman. That's enough, Aunt Linda shouts. Sarah, darling, you're upset. Upset? You knew my husband was cheating and said nothing, all while criticizing Sienna for being single. I catch Yolanda's eye. She gives me a slight nod. So, that's who left the USB drive. I was trying to protect you, Aunt Linda pleads. Like you protected me? I step into the chaos. By sabotaging my business connections, by spreading rumors about my work ethic. I never save it. I pull out my phone. Flynn, remember that email Linda sent trying to tank our Johnson contract? Send it to my personal email, now. Sienna, Reese warns, don't. Why not? Isn't it time everyone saw the truth? About Sarah's perfect marriage? About Aunt Linda's interference? About all of it? My mother steps forward. Please, we can discuss this privately. Like you discussed my future privately? Making decisions about my career, my life, all behind my back? I did what I thought was best, she whispers. Best for who? I demand. Best for Sarah? For Aunt Linda? It certainly wasn't best for me. My phone chimes with Flynn's email. The room holds its breath as I open it. Shall I read it out loud? I ask. Dear Mr. Johnson, I feel compelled to warn you about my niece's company. Stop, Aunt Linda begs. Why? Isn't this what family does? Share everything? Or does that only apply when you're sharing my failures? Sarah's still crying. Avery's frozen in place, and my mother looks like she might faint. Only Yolanda seems calm, watching it all unfold like her favourite soap opera. Check your phones, I announce. I just shared access to a drive containing everything. Every email, every rumour, every lie. Read it all. Then we'll talk about who deserves protection. As notifications start pinging around the room, I head back upstairs. Behind me, I hear Reese ask quietly, What have you done? What have I done? I've finally turned the tables. Now they all get to feel what it's like to have their secrets exposed, their lives dissected, their failures displayed. The question is, what will they do about it? The afternoon sun casts long shadows through the house as everyone retreats to separate corners to digest the revelations. I'm in the kitchen when Sarah finds me, her eyes red but her spine straight. We need to talk, she says, closing the door behind her. About your husband's plagiarism or his affair? About how you're destroying this family. She sits across from me. Please, Sienna, if you ever cared about any of us. That's rich coming from you. I pour myself a coffee. Want to talk about Christmas 2009? What? When you got that full scholarship to grad school and I got re-gifted bath products. That was years ago. Or last Thanksgiving when you told everyone my business was cute while your husband was secretly begging my company for contracts. She flinches. I didn't know about that. You didn't know a lot of things, did you? Too busy being perfect. Is that what this is about? She leans forward. Revenge because I had the life you wanted? I laugh so hard I nearly spill my coffee. The life I wanted? Sarah, I make more money in a month than you and Avery see in a year. I have offices in 3 cities. I work with brands you can't afford to shop at. Then why all this? She gestures around. Why buy this house? Why expose everything? Because you all needed to learn. The kitchen door bursts open. It's Avery, waving his phone. You leaked it? You actually leaked it? Leaked what? Sarah asks. The plagiarism story. It's all over Twitter. The school board is calling emergency meetings. I check my phone. Sure enough, shows Avery gate plagiarism is trending locally. But I didn't leak it. That wasn't me, I say. Liar, he shouts. Who else would Masu? I did it, Yolanda announces from the doorway. Someone had to. Sarah stands so quickly, her chair falls backward. You? But you're my mother's best friend. I'm also on the school board, Yolanda replies calmly, and we take academic integrity very seriously. My phone buzzes. A text from Flynn. Someone's trying to access our servers from inside the house. I look up sharply. Where's Reese? In her room. Why? Sarah asks. But I'm already moving, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I find my sister hunched over her laptop, fingers flying across the keyboard. Looking for something? I ask from the doorway. She jumps, slamming the laptop shut. I was just trying to hack my company's servers. Again? Her face crumples. I had to know if you had dirt on me too. You mean, besides the fact that you told Aunt Linda about my company years ago? That you helped her sabotage my deals? I was trying to help. She stands up. I thought if they knew how successful you were, they'd finally accept you. No, I step closer. You thought if you helped Sarah get influencer connections through my company, they'd finally notice you too. The truth hits her like a slap. Tears well up in her eyes. I'm sorry, she whispers. Save it. I hold out my hand. Give me the laptop. She hands it over just as shouting erupts from downstairs. We rush down to find Aunt Linda facing off with Yolanda in the living room. How dare you? Linda screams. After everything I've done for you. You mean after everything I've covered up for you? Yolanda fires back. The embezzlement from the PTA? The affair with the principal that got Sarah her job? The room goes deadly quiet. What? Sarah's voice is barely audible. Oh, yes, Yolanda continues. Your perfect teaching position. Your mother slept with Principal Roberts to secure it, right after Avery's plagiarism nearly cost you the interview. My mother sinks onto the couch. Linda, tell me you didn't... But Aunt Linda's face says it all. That's why you pushed so hard for me to take that job, Sarah realizes. Why you insisted I stay, even when I wanted to quit. You weren't protecting me. You were protecting yourself. Everything I did was for you, Linda protests. No, I interrupt. Everything you did was for your reputation. Sarah was just your prop. Like you're any better? Reese challenges from behind me. Look what you're doing to all of us. I'm showing you the truth. All of it. No more perfect family fantasy. My phone buzzes again. Flynn sent a link to a viral post. Tech CEO exposes family's web of lies in holiday showdown. It's going viral, I announce. All of it. The plagiarism, the affairs, the lies. Welcome to transparency, everyone. Aunt Linda collapses into a chair. Sarah's staring at her mother like she's never seen her before. Avery's already on the phone with what sounds like his lawyer. And me? I'm finally seeing my family clearly for the first time. The question is, what do I do with them now? The house feels like a war zone. Sarah's locked herself in her room. Avery's pacing the porch, having intense phone conversations with his law firm. Aunt Linda's disappeared entirely, and I'm in my office watching my revenge go viral. A soft knock at the door. Sienna? It's my mother. Come to defend Aunt Linda some more. She enters anyway, looking older than I've ever seen her. No, I came to tell you something I should have said years ago. Save it. I'm not interested in... I was wrong. She sits down heavily. About everything, about you. I keep my eyes on my laptop screen. Bit late for that, isn't it? Do you remember when you were 12? She asks. When you built that website for your father's restaurant? The one that crashed and lost all his reservations? I scoff. How could I forget? You didn't let me touch a computer for months after. It didn't crash, she says quietly. Linda sabotaged it. My fingers freeze over the keyboard. What? She hired someone to hack it. She said it was for your own good. That you needed to learn computers weren't a real career. The room spins slightly. And you let her? I was weak, she admits. After your father left, Linda became our safety net. She paid our bills, got you and Reese into good schools. I felt obligated. So you sacrificed me to keep her happy? I sacrificed everything to keep her happy. My mother's voice cracks, including my own daughter's trust. My phone buzzes. Another text from Flynn. Someone leaked your old website designs, the ones from when you were a kid. They're incredible. Twitter's going crazy. That was you? I look at my mother. She nods. I kept everything. Every website, every design. I was proud, even when I couldn't show it. Before I can respond, Reese bursts in. You need to see this. She holds up her phone. It's a Twitter thread from Aunt Linda, attempting damage control. My niece's accusations are false. She's always been jealous of her cousin's success. Keep reading, Reese urges. I scroll down. Linda's trying to paint me as unstable, claiming I'm having a breakdown. But the responses are not what she expected. Wait, isn't this the woman who sabotaged her niece's childhood business? Found the aunt's old emails to my company. She tried to blacklist a literal child. Someone archived this before she deletes. It's backfiring, Reese explains. People are digging up everything. The PTA scandal, the school board corruption, all of it. My mother stands up. I need to talk to Linda. No, I grab her arm. Let her dig her own grave. Another commotion downstairs. This time it's Sarah, finally emerged from her room. We find her in the living room, facing off with Yolanda. Tell me everything, Sarah demands. Every lie, every scheme. I want to know all of it. Yolanda settles into her chair like a queen about to hold court. Where should I start? Your mother's affairs? The rigged school board elections? Or maybe how she convinced your cousin's biggest client to drop her 3 years ago? That was her. I step forward. The Maxwell account? Why do you think they suddenly pulled out after nearly signing? Linda told them you were under federal investigation. The room spins again. That account would have made my company's reputation years earlier. Instead, I had to build everything from scratch, client by client. I knew it, Reese whispers. I saw her making those calls, but she said she was helping you network. Sarah sinks onto the couch. My whole life is built on lies. Not lies, Aunt Linda announces from the doorway. Protection. Everything I did was to protect this family. By destroying mine? I turn to face her. By sabotaging my career, my childhood dreams. You were going to fail, she shouts. Just like your father, I had to make sure at least one of you succeeded. I did succeed. I step closer. Despite you, despite everything you did to stop me. And now you're ruining everything out of spite. No, my mother interrupts. You ruined everything. With your lies, your manipulation, your need to control everyone. Linda's face contorts. After everything I've done for you. You mean to us. Sarah stands up. Everything you've done to us. My phone buzzes again. Flynn sent another message. Your childhood website designs are trending. People are calling you a prodigy. Want me to release the Maxwell emails? I look at Aunt Linda, at her crumbling facade of superiority. at Sarah finally seeing her mother clearly, at my own mother, decades of compliance giving way to clarity. No, I text back. I don't need to release anything else. They're doing it themselves. Because that's the thing about lies. Once you start unraveling them, they don't stop until everything's exposed. And watching Aunt Linda's carefully constructed world collapse around her is better than any revenge I could have planned. So, I address the room. Who wants to tell the truth first? The next morning, I wake to my phone exploding with notifications. Overnight, someone leaked the full email exchange between Aunt Linda and the Maxwell account. The internet is having a field day. Did you do this? I text Flynn. Wasn't me, he replies. Check your sister's Instagram. Reese has posted a lengthy statement, complete with screenshots. For years, I watched my aunt destroy my sister's career opportunities. Time to set the record straight. A knock at my door. It's Sarah, looking like she hasn't slept. Your story is trending on LinkedIn, she says, entering without waiting for permission. The school board is reviewing my position. Worried about losing your perfect job? I already quit. She sits on the edge of my bed. Called them this morning, told them everything about how I got the position. I wasn't expecting that. Why? Because I'm tired of living a lie. She runs her hands through her unwashed hair. Did you know I hate teaching? I've hated it for years, but Linda said it was perfect for you. I finish. Everything in my life was what she said was perfect for me. Sarah laughs bitterly. Perfect job, perfect husband, perfect kids, perfect prison. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a news alert. Tech CEO exposes family's web of deception. Full story inside. They want to interview me, I tell Sarah. Do it, she says immediately. Tell everything. Even about Avery? Especially about Avery. Her voice hardens. He's downstairs right now, trying to convince Mum to help pay for a PR firm. As if on cue, raised voices float up from below. We head downstairs to find Avery and Aunt Linda facing off in the kitchen. You promised to handle this, he's shouting. You said if I took that job, played the perfect husband. Keep your voice down, Linda hisses, then spots us. Girls, we were just discussing more lies, I ask pleasantly. Please, don't stop on our account. What job? Sarah demands. What are you talking about? Avery deflates. The teaching position wasn't the only thing your mother arranged. My partnership at the firm, she owns shares in the company. Had to make sure Sarah had the right kind of husband, I say. Isn't that right, Aunt Linda? I did what was necessary, she starts, but Sarah cuts her off. Necessary? Was it necessary to make me marry someone who doesn't love me, to force me into a career I hate, to destroy Sienna's chances at success? I built you a perfect life. You built a house of cards, I correct her, and now it's falling down. My phone rings. It's Flynn. The morning shows want you, he says when I answer. All of them. Your story's going nuclear. Book them all, I say, putting the phone on speaker. Every single one. Sienna, my mother calls from the doorway. Don't do this. Why not? Afraid people will learn what really happened to Dad's restaurant. How you chose Linda's money over your own family. That's not... She stops, takes a breath. You're right. I did choose wrong. But this public destruction is exactly what they deserve. Yolanda appears behind her. Let her tell the truth, Charlotte. God knows someone needs to. My phone keeps buzzing with notifications. The story's spreading faster than wildfire. Family Gate is trending. People are sharing their own stories of family betrayal and manipulation. I'm going on air, I announce to the room. I'm going to tell everything. The sabotage, the lies, the manipulation, every single detail. You'll destroy us, Aunt Linda whispers. No, Sarah steps forward. You destroyed us. Sienna's just exposing the wreckage. Avery starts to speak, but Sarah holds up a hand. Save it for your lawyers. I'll have divorce papers drawn up by tomorrow. Sarah? Linda reaches for her daughter. Don't touch me. Sarah backs away. I'm done being your perfect puppet. I check my phone again. Flynn's sent over a preliminary interview schedule. Good Morning America, The Today Show. Even Forbes wants a statement. Last chance, I tell them all. Anyone want to come clean before I do it for you? The silence is deafening. Right then. I head for the stairs. I have some interviews to prepare for. Oh, and Aunt Linda, you might want to call your lawyer. The Maxwell Corporation is considering legal action for defamation. You wouldn't, she gasps. I wouldn't, I agree. But they would. Funny how karma works, isn't it? As I climb the stairs, I hear Sarah following me. I want to go on air with you, she says. Tell my side of the story. I turn to look at her. Really look at her. For the first time, I don't see my perfect cousin. I see another victim of Aunt Linda's manipulation. Okay, I say. Let's burn it all down together. Behind us, I hear Aunt Linda start to cry. But this time, her tears won't change anything. The truth is already out there, spreading like wildfire, and no amount of perfect family pretense can put it back in its box. Sometimes revenge isn't about what you do. It's about letting people's own actions speak for themselves. The makeup artist dabs powder on my face as the Good Morning America producer counts down in my earpiece. Sarah sits beside me, looking simultaneously terrified and determined. We're doing this interview from my home office. My choice. Let them all see where I built my empire. 3, 2, 1. We're here with Sienna, CEO of Sienna Inc., and her cousin Sarah, whose story of family manipulation and corporate sabotage has taken social media by storm. The host begins. Ladies, thank you for joining us. Thank you for having us, I reply smoothly. Sienna, let's start with the bombshell revelation about your aunt's interference with the Maxwell account. How did you discover this? Before I can answer, commotion erupts downstairs. Through my earpiece, I hear the producer. Keep going, we're live. The truth is, I begin, but the office door bursts open. Stop the interview, Aunt Linda charges in, looking wild-eyed. The cameras swivel to capture her entrance. I have something to say. The host's voice crackles in my earpiece. This is ratings gold. Let her speak. You've said enough, Sarah stands. For years, you've said enough for all of us. No, Linda's voice breaks. I haven't said what matters. What's true? The cameras are rolling. Millions are watching. My phone vibrates. Flynn texting. Holy shit. Is this happening live? Go ahead, I gesture to Linda. Tell the truth. All of it. America's watching. She seems to notice the cameras for the first time. Her perfect facade cracks completely. I was jealous, she whispers. What? Sarah steps closer. Of Sienna, of her talent, her drive. Linda sinks into a chair. She was 12 years old and already more successful than I'd ever been. The host's voice comes through. Mrs. Linda, could you speak up for our viewers? I sabotaged her because I was afraid, Linda continues louder. Afraid she'd make Sarah look bad. Afraid she'd show everyone what a failure I was as a mother, as a businesswoman. The restaurant website, I prompt. Tell them about that. I paid someone to crash it. To destroy your father's business. Tears stream down her face. I told myself it was for your own good. That you needed to learn the real world would crush you. But really, I was crushing you before the world had a chance. Sarah's hands are shaking. And me? Was my whole life just another one of your control games? I needed you to be perfect, Linda pleads, because I never was. Your father, Avery, wasn't your father's first choice for you, but he was controllable, buyable. The producer's voice is practically giddy. This is better than any script we could have written. What about my mother? I ask. Why did you really help us after Dad left? Because I knew if you had nothing, you'd need me. All of you would need me. Linda looks directly into the camera. I built my whole life around being needed, being in control, and now everyone knows the truth. I finish. My phone keeps buzzing. Flynn's rapid-fire texts. Twitter's exploding. Your company stock is soaring. People are calling you a hero. I'm sorry, Linda says. I know it's too late, but I'm sorry. You're right, Sarah steps forward. It is too late for all of us. The host tries to regain control. Ladies, this is unprecedented television. Sienna, what happens now? I look at my aunt. Really, let me look at her. The powerful matriarch reduced to a crying mess on national television. The puppet master with her strings finally cut. Now? I stand up. Now Aunt Linda leaves my house. Now Sarah lives her own life. Now everyone knows exactly who built what in this family. And the company, the host prompts, your success, is exactly what she tried to prevent. I face the camera. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destroying someone, it's succeeding despite them. Cut to commercial, I hear through the earpiece. This is incredible. As the red lights on the cameras dim, Linda crumples further. What have I done? Exactly what you've always done, Sarah answers. Only this time everyone was watching. My phone rings, it's Flynn. You're trending worldwide, he says when I answer. The TED Women organisers want to move your keynote to the opening slot, and the Maxwell Corporation wants to publicly announce a partnership. Take it all, I tell him. Every offer, every interview. Sienna, my mother appears in the doorway. There's something else you need to know. About your father. The producer signals they're about to go live again. Save it, I tell her. Whatever it is, let's put it all on record. No more family secrets. The camera's red lights blink back on. Millions are watching. My aunt is crying. My cousin stands tall beside me. And I'm finally telling my story. Our story, exactly the way it happened. Sometimes the best revenge isn't just exposing the truth. It's making sure everyone has to face it. Live on national television. The mountain house feels different in the evening quiet. No more shouting, no more cameras, no more revelations. Just the soft sound of snow falling outside my office window. My phone lights up. Another message from Flynn. Final viewer numbers are in. 12 million watched live. Your follower count tripled. You broke the internet. A soft knock at the door. It's Sarah, carrying 2 mugs of coffee. Thought you might need this, she says, handing me one. It's been a day. That's an understatement. I gesture to the chair across from me. How are you holding up? Better than Mum. She settles in. She's checking into a wellness centre tomorrow. Dad's handling the arrangements. And Avery? His firm asked for his resignation an hour ago. She sips her coffee. Turns out they don't like partners who steal intellectual property. Who knew? My laptop pings with a new email. The Maxwell Corporation's official partnership announcement. 7 figures. Everything I would have had years ago if Aunt Linda hadn't interfered. I enrolled in art school, Sarah says suddenly. I look up. What? Online courses starting next week. It's what I always wanted to do before... She trails off. Before Mum decided teaching was more respectable. Good for you. I mean it, Sienna. She leans forward. Thank you for burning it all down, for making me face the truth. Another knock. This time it's my mother looking uncertain in the doorway. Can I come in? She asks. There's something you both need to hear. About your father, Sienna, and about Sarah's. Sarah stiffens. What about my father? They were business partners, my mother says, sitting down heavily. Before Linda interfered, they were going to open a restaurant chain together. Until Aunt Linda crashed the website, I finish. No. My mother takes a deep breath. Until Linda told your father that Sarah's dad was embezzling funds, it wasn't true, but by the time we discovered that Dad had already left, I whisper. And my father had a breakdown, Sarah adds. I always wondered why he moved abroad so suddenly. Linda orchestrated all of it, my mother continues, to keep control, to keep us dependent on her. My phone buzzes again. This time it's a text from Yolanda. Linda's asking to see you, both of you. Should I let her up? I look at Sarah. She nods. Send her up, I text back. Aunt Linda appears minutes later, looking smaller somehow. Deflated. I saw the partnership announcement, she says. The Maxwell deal, congratulations. Is that why you're here? I ask. To congratulate me on succeeding despite you? No. She remains standing. I'm here to give you these. She pulls out a stack of papers. Old websites printouts. Business plans. Photos of two men, our fathers, standing proudly in front of an empty restaurant space. I kept everything, she says. Every dream I destroyed. Every relationship I poisoned. I thought I was protecting you all, making you stronger. By breaking us? Sarah's voice cracks. By controlling us, I correct. But you forgot something, Aunt Linda. You can't control people's truth forever. I know that now. She turns to leave, then pauses. The house is yours, Sienna, truly yours. Use it better than I did. After she's gone, Sarah picks up one of the photos. They looked so happy, so full of dreams. We can be too, I tell her, without her shadow hanging over us. My mother stands. I should go check on Linda, make sure she's actually going to that wellness centre. Let her go, I say. It's not our job to manage her anymore. Once we're alone again, Sarah looks around my office, at the empire I built while they thought I was just playing online. What happens now? She asks. Now? I pull up my calendar. Now I have a TED Women keynote to write. Want to help? I'm thinking of calling it How Family Sabotage Built My Empire. She laughs, really laughs, for what feels like the first time in years. I'd like that, she says. And maybe we could talk about that restaurant chain idea, update it for the digital age. A partnership? A real one this time. No puppet masters. My phone lights up one last time. Flynn again. Ready to show them what you can do without anyone holding you back. I look at Sarah, my cousin, my former enemy, maybe my future partner, at the photo of our fathers and their unfinished dreams, at the empire I built from spite and determination. Ready, I text back, because sometimes the best revenge isn't just succeeding despite them. Sometimes it's succeeding with the very people they tried to turn against you. Sometimes it's rebuilding what they broke, stronger, better, and completely on your own terms. Let's get to work, I tell Sarah. We've got some dreams to rebuild,